Hello, and welcome back to some good old programming. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Everyone is having a good one. Where am I? There it is. Alrighty. I am still waking up, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I woke up very late today. Don't know what was going on. However, I do have some cool shit to show. As the meme of my background here has it, I did do a whole bunch of stuff off stream. I'll show you in a moment. But yeah, so I promised work on the Boyds, right? I promised work on a lot of things, and I have done work on a lot of things, but Boyds specifically is the one that I've been talking about for weeks now, and I feel like I've not shown enough or done enough to justify how long it has taken to get to a point of showing anything. So, today I'm going to show the progress on the Boyds thing. To show this, I'm also going to showcase something that I threw together, and it's really rough, which is a test environment, like a full-blown, I press a button, I go to a different world environment, using a bit of different texturing and stuff like that that's based off the main game. And yeah, kind of that sort of idea. Now I'm gonna say this now. Things are still not done. Things are far from being finished off. Is the nightmare of working with this is it is a gradual process that I have a lot of things I need to do to consider. Because I haven't even rigged in certain things yet because I'm still working on the core foundations of this. I'll show the code for this if that's wanted, but I'm not going to be too urgent on that, pure and simply because I do not think it is in a state that can be done anything more than like showcasing it right now. That's generally the idea I've got. I've got enough progress to showcase kind of what's going on, kind of what I'm thinking about with it. Yeah, there's a lot of things I can do to improve upon it very quickly. Here's a bit of the code you can see immediately. Yeah, but yeah, from this you might get an idea if you know what to be looking for. But what I'm currently doing is a bunch of processes to reduce the intensity of the actions as well. Even going back to using alarms, for fuck's sakes. Just for testing anyway, it's gone to using alarms, because it's just easier to track for one of the things. The weakness of it is that it doesn't work with pauses all that much. Alright, so you'll see if I press N right now, I teleport. And we're now in a really different room. No weapons, no things are charging. A lot of systems are kind of there, kind of not. This won't actually spawn things, as you can see. And you'll see that there is technically the terrain collision still. For the locations or from the base world, but they're not actually visual. Anyway, if I press O, you'll see we get a slime. And he tries to chase. But you can see the chase is a bit weird. Kind of what I mean is that it's a bit more of a natural movement overall, but there is still some things that need to be done about it. Now, the other cool stuff we have is if I just spawn in a few of these, you can see that they actually do make an effort to avoid each other, but still come towards me. So they'll group if need be. And they'll separate out fairly easily. I should mention, by the way, this grass texture is not one that I've done. That's why it looks good. I mean, what? No, this is the old grass texture we used to have the base game, and I've just it is technically what the background has been the entire time, but I've just turned off backgrounds normally. But yeah, the other benefit of this, even while streaming, I should be able to prove this. So this is like 5 enemies, right? And we've said before, like 100, 200 enemies is a bit of a limit, so 5. I'm just gonna keep spamming the button. Now, mind you, there's obviously certain scripts that aren't running as well, so this makes this arguably more efficient as well. So now we're seeing the game slow down. However, I'm pretty sure there is a few more than a few hundred there. I don't actually have a way of showing how many there are, which is something I do need to fix. The testing world. But the fact is they got this more interesting movement and I can handle more of them. I don't think this, yeah, it doesn't work. Who would have known? It doesn't like if I reset that. Interesting. Cool. But yes. That is kind of where I'm at with the Boyd stuff. It is still really early testing. But I'll show briefly some of the logic behind the efficiency of it. So we have a population array system, so I have my distance and checking and stuff like that, and every like 1 second, it'll go through this. It'll figure out what can go into these. So basically what is nearby given the coordinates I give. So here I'm actually giving it 300, 200, 100. Because this is the array getting pulled off. It'll get this list, and that's what I'm passing through my behavioral system. My behavioral system is basically a choose system, so it will go through the different options over the steps, so it's not doing all of them every step. And the rationale behind this was, instead of doing the base version, we're doing lists. Because if we do the base version, I'm looping through every single object, which means that the code is, so if I have 100 enemies, there's this code looping through 100 enemies 100 times. Which I'm sure is very easy to understand why, even if I have a thing to check if it's got this point distance and all that, it's still running a shitload of code on a highly regular basis. So that's why I don't do all of them every step, and why I'm doing the array version of it now. With population. I'm not using a line force at the moment, because a line force isn't really doing right things for the movement that I like. Because a line force is kind of, they move in a direction together. The problem is, it's trying to find the average direction that all of them are moving. Which means that that's not guaranteed towards the player. So it can sometimes fight the seeking function, or the seeking force, which is here, which makes it so they're less consistently moving towards the player. And sometimes they'll just pick a direction and fuck off. So we don't really want that. We do have arrive force here, which is basically seek force, but it slows down when it gets to the player, which I believe is what I'm running on the dummies at the moment. Yeah, I'm using arrive force. I'm gonna probably reduce this just a little, because I was seeing it being a little much. But like, that's the beauty of some of this, is I have very easy ways to reduce and fuck with values here. There's a lot of stuff. This also has, like, these values here are weighting because of the applying force, weight. So I can make their weight a lot lower or a lot higher. And yeah, work from there. Also, like, I'm not even applying the steering forces unless one of these is being applied, sort of thing. And then I've got these here to give me null checks, so every few frames they just don't do something. And they continue on their merry way. It's working close to what I want it to be, but it's not quite there. Like I said, it's a constant progress. Because I want to try and streamline this a little bit more, make this a touch more efficient, because so this is what's called dithering, I believe is the term for it. Dithering behaviors. So it's basically kind of what we've done with spawning in the game, with enemies, where I basically take the spawning and I reduce it over a period of time. Or like, I do it over a period of time and I just do the iterations when necessary. So it's not doing it all the time, it's doing it often enough though that it's still kind of hard to tell from the user perspective that it's not being applied every frame. And that's the important stuff. I also have a bunch of vector scripting here because I have to write vectors from the ground up. Which is really just time consuming, as you can see. But I've also tried to make sure that all of the notation here is very nice and clean. As you can see with some of these hover-overs where it actually does have the stuff correctly. I'm getting better at the notation system like this. Still taking me time though. It's a little finicky. A little finicky still. One mistake I was making up until yesterday when I was doing a lot of this work was I was actually doing it like this, which doesn't give you the denotion. So I forgot that it needs 2. Now it gives me the correct thing. Also, fun fact, and this is something that threw my head a little bit, is that, like, so when you're doing a parenting constructor, or a parented constructor, I should say, in, like, C++, if you were to do it like this, you would get an error. You'd need to somehow set values through, which wasn't hard to do, mind you, but to not set through these default values throws me something fierce. Because, like, yeah, here it's not even optional, it's just straight up, yeah. Which is really interesting. I did not know I could just not do those values as long as those values are made. So that's why, like, for example, this is the best example here of it, which is just, it's a function I can call to make a vector 2 that's a, like a vector 2D that's just 0. That is its baseline, which is very useful in a lot of cases, because that's basically where I want vectors to be to begin with. Especially if I'm using it for calculation purposes. Yeah, you'll see in a lot of, like, the code for steering behavior, I believe, you'll see zeroed vectors used, so I can modify them much faster and easier. Also, yeah, reading someone else's code fucks with your brain sometimes, and you write poor code. One of the notes that I was using for a lot of this was using plus equals 1 instead of just actually incrementing them. You mean defaults? No. Yes, kinda. So you can write defaulting perfectly fine, but this gives me a little bit more speed to the call. Or, like, it guarantees, this is basically self-notation here. By writing it zeroed, it means I know that it's going to be a zeroed thing, whereas if I write vector 2 with these being equal 0, it's a little less clear on first observation of the code. So this is something that I remember doing a lot with other stuff, but it's more the fact that Game Maker doesn't require stuff to fix this. The fact that, like, I can run a parented constructor without calling the writing in the variables throws me something fierce. I'm not used to that. It's a very strange thing for Game Maker to do. Especially knowing it's throwing me an error technically while doing it. It's almost like it's not intended. Which is strange. Very strange. Constructor method is usually better usually. I mean, doing it like this is typically better when you're dealing with a larger scale project, because, like I said, it makes it's self-notation. Because now someone can hover over the function and see that I've also got a description stating this creates a 2D vector with a with zero as coordinates. So now a person looking at it knows definitely, even though I could put in self-notation inside of this that basically indicates that the defaulting goes to 0. Sure, fine, that's great. But it doesn't stop there, because like I think I can do, is it like this? I write it like that? Yeah. I can indicate that the defaulting is 0. Again, it's one of those, this is something I used to do a lot with in the relevant languages, mainly C sub-Siri, and I think Python allowed me to do it as well, certain ways, kind of. Though its systems are a bit different. Yeah, it's just something that, like, when I saw someone writing it, I'm like, yeah, I'll do it that way, because that's what I was used to. And that's why, like, also these functions down here are a bit special, because if we have a vector copy and a vector subtract in here, in fact, there's the static copy function. But the problem is that if I call vector A to copy vector B, this modifies vector A, whereas I might not want to modify vector A. So why not just make a entirely new vector? Easier. Basically, it's trimming down like 1 or 2 lines of code for something that's easier. This is very much what you end up doing a lot of the time with these sorts of methods. And it's easier. It's just easier. Especially when it comes to vectors, you want to have as less work on the developer side as possible, because vectors are a pain in the ass when kind of not properly managed. And when you're, when you're coding the vectors up from the ground yourself, you kind of have to be a bit careful with it. Still surprises me that, like, vectors aren't inherently in GameMaker. You'd have thought that they would be. Especially now that, like, constructors are basically more efficient than arrays, or equally efficient as arrays, especially in this context. Because, like, there's an argument to be made, why would you not use arrays instead of vectors, constructor vectors? Simply put, they're about equal now. They used to apparently not be so efficient, but that's cool that they are more efficient now. But it does mean that you're basically coding vectors from the ground up. And that's why I'm just like, it feels like one of those things that, like, they could add inherently, but many a times over and over again, that's going to be the case, right? But yeah, I'm definitely curious as to how much more I can modify this all up and add necessary functionality and use it in a few other places, because vectors are very useful. Anyway, that's me showcasing some of the work that I've been doing in my spare time. Let's showcase some of the other stuff and work on some of that. Because I actually have a list of things that I want to get done this week. And technically, I have done none of them, truly. Or, like, to a completion point. Voids I want to have, like, mostly done this week, which is not probably going to happen. That's something I've acknowledged. Like, unless I spend the rest of the evening working on it again. I need to do more optimization scripting, and I need to do more tweaks. Just like minor tweaks to figure out values and stuff, because it just looks a little off at the moment for me, personally. Which is what I need to improve on. But one of the other things is, and I think I talked about this on a previous stream, is we're going to be adding a new character. And we've kind of started the process for it. However, we're missing one core asset, which is a sprint animation for it. And I've been working on that. So let's do some more work on it, get that finished, and then start working on the rest of the kit. Which is probably going to be more asset work. So, say hello to Mokoko, well, be trying to do it. Yeah, the hair's disabled at the moment, the tail's also disabled. I've disabled a couple of things while I'm getting it moved over to here, because as you can see, yes, this is literally ripping it out of Fuawa's so I could get all of the kind of ideas down easily. But there's a lot of like little tiny details that are currently missing from Fuawa's one as well, that I'll need to do. So yeah, we're going through the processes of it all. Because I believe she's missing shadow on her face and her cheeks coloring. Also, I think the Run Sprite's skin color's different, right? Yeah, I think that is. A lot needs to be fixed. That's the simple thing. Let's see. Yes, that is definitely the wrong color. Okay. Go to here, just go to Shift R, go to that color, change that color. Actually, no, I need to change it to the row. And then we need to do that to the body as well. Cool. Now that coloring's changed. By the way, that is like one of the many reasons I do kind of appreciate this program. Is there's a lot of little things like that. Oh, sorry. A lot of little things like that that make it a lot nicer. Also, my headphones are dying. That was very loud. I hate that. There we go. Plug done. But yeah, so I'll get the outfit going, then we'll work on the hair, and then I'll do details on both of them fixed up to replace the sprites in-game. Then I might start a little bit on planning the splash. Because that will probably be my task this afternoon. That's kind of what I was planning originally. I'll start planning the splash, and then I'll start planning the 2 skins that I plan on doing as well, because I want to have 2 more skins go into the game. I've already figured out what I'm going to do for those, what characters and what versions of those characters I'm going to do. Which I personally will say, be excited for that, because holy shit, I'm kind of excited to work on the ones I'm going to. I think it would be really cool to have 2 more skins in the game. And while doing that as well, I'm probably going to go also do some touch-ups and the work that I need to do for like Booby and Vox. They're desperately needing their visual updates soon. I think there's a couple of other models that need to be updated, and I'm trying to remember her. There's another one that's like on the older side that I think needs to be updated. We'll see. I'll go through it all and figure it out. I mean, we still need to finish doing Juniper's stuff to do with her update, where she gets more levels for Mothaholic. But I want to get a lot of assets done for when that's going to get done. Simply put, I'm at the stage of I just want to add things at the moment to give to y'all to play around with and see what feels good, what doesn't feel good. That's why I want to work so heavily on the Boyds and get that going. And I kind of want this update to be out this week, so Boyds aren't going to be making it into that. Fuawa Mokoko will. Whether or not anything substantial, like again, assists, don't expect assists. Fuawa Mokoko's assists are not going to get done at all. I can pretty much guarantee that. Matara and Cinder's assists are still probably not going to get done for a while. Yeah, I don't see them getting done soon. That's a problem. I do need to sort something out for that. It's not good when I'm probably not going to be getting a lot of these things done for a while. Because it means that like assists going to start falling further and further to the wayside, which is going to be worse and worse as we continue developing this project. So I'm probably gonna have to sit down and really heavily knock out the assist stuff in the next week or so. And any EX stuff that I'm missing. Matara's is probably going to be the most complex. Cinder's is just giving a temporary buff, which shouldn't be too hard. It's a temporary skill buff, which is the problem. Kind of mildly annoying to do those. Maybe I'll make a better system for that. Aside from that, Fuamo Koko's is going to be down to how efficient I can make summons and that logic and the AI behind it. So I'm probably going to start actually making like foundational stuff for figuring out pathing for summons. And I'm trying to decide how I want to do that. Because I can use what the enemies have for pathing. But there's a couple of problems with that. Yeah, I'm just gonna look through a bunch of work around AI movement, to make it feel more interesting, and do levels of it, because again, we want to do levels of it so we can do that with Nero when we finally get to her. Okay. So the kind of beauty we have with these two is I can just kind of keep copying and moving things around to just like make things easier. Because simply put, what is the actual difference between these two? Pretty much nothing. And that's the point, right? Like, in visual design sense, these characters are so alike in so many ways, which is cool. It's kind of the charm that these two have. Alright. Oh, you wanna hear some good news though? I'm gonna have a bunch of fancy stuff coming in hopefully tomorrow, so we can have some fun with that. I've got, hopefully my Hobby Master stuff is coming in tomorrow, which means that my Golgari deck will be done. And then my Precon hopefully comes in tomorrow as well. But yeah, no, it'll be cool. Because I've been playing around further with the optimizations that I want to make to the precon. And okay, I just want to say now, there's a problem in my head when I'm like, oh, well, I'm just going to optimize it and improve upon it. And now I've made a deck that's like really close to actually being like a CDEAH deck. And I'm not happy about that. I'm trying my best to make sure it doesn't go over that line, but it's really close. The problem is there's cards that are going into it that are very expensive, and I'm justifying it in my head because it's like, this deck, I'm okay with making an intense deck. Because at this point in time, this is me giving up on the Edgar Markov dream and doing that so much further down the line and making this my more serious deck. So it's actually moved a little less towards zombies and a little bit more towards control in general. It's still using zombies as a very core staple point for it to kind of flood the board and allow me a couple of options. But for now, it's not gonna break the game too badly. Oh, bless me. Alright. I might show it a bit later. But the priority right now is to we'll get this done, then we can talk about it later. Because I don't want to just, again, make too much of this Magic the Gathering. I have been loving the stuff over on Discord though. Y'all have been very funny. With me playing Miku. Or me playing as Miku. It's good. Alright. I believe that's the one that's still in. Yes, this is a long one. Alright, okay, there we go. Not gonna lie, it's really hard working with a character that's got a bloody, like, it's because I believe she's got tiny shorts, right? Hey, I need to double check something. Yeah, no, it's fine. Abyssal Guard. Like, I believe she's got shorts or like a mini skirt or something like that was what her thing is. Yeah, it's those like balloon shorts. I don't think I can really convey that without just continuing to do what I'm doing. Order is playing Fall Guys on stream. Nice. Alright. Because what are the weapons for these two? United Design List. What animations do I need to do for them? So between damaging a cone in front with a bite, or swipes tail around. How do I want to visualize that? So like, the tail swipe. We've done it before with Cinder. It like came out, went out like that, and then came back like this. Alright. Player starts here. It's kind of shape. 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 That's the thing for that. How would I make it a circular effect? I don't want it to just be a spin. I want it to be a swipe. I'm gonna have to look into that one. The bite, there's a couple of options we have. I could honestly just say not as a cone and just have like a visual. Kind of like this. And then just have this close. And have it kind of like, say, the player's here, so it's this area here, is the direction they're targeting. And repeat that process for like here. Like that. So it's wherever you're looking, a little bit in front of that, and a little bit in that direction, and then in front of you is where it occurs. So it would be half area. It would be area times the pixelation size divided by 2 would be distance away from player. Probably. Because then it means it still sticks basically on top of the player. just on the edge of it. Should be easy. And the animation for it will be real simple because it would just be kind of like softly changing, obviously probably mainly when the bite finishes, and some particles around that. So that one's easy. This one is a little bit more difficult to figure out how I'm gonna quite approach doing a visual spin of a tail around the player. Is there other animation particles I'll need? I'm going to need the knockback effect. So that one, yeah, I don't know what is the visual for that one. I'll do. Because what I'm gonna do for that, I'm probably gonna do for other ones. I might need to finally make the, like, generic, like, slam / pushback animation that I've been meaning to do that's gonna be used for stuff like Rambit, knockback and all that. And, like, slam effects in general. Hell, even, whatchamacallit? Party Animal Slam will probably use it as well. Aside from that, I don't think there's gonna be anything else. It also gives me an opportunity to potentially do some tweaks to DOTs. Because at the moment, DOTs are just one in location, which is Juniper's weapon. So it means that I have the opportunity to potentially do some nice improvements to it there. Yeah, I don't think there's much I do to this one. Oh, I see what I need to do. Oops, I was doing that to the wrong one. This one I need to do that too. Okay, and then do this down by one. And that's another push down one. Okay. that looks pretty decent. So now we need to deal with the hair, because it's still currently set to 4 hours here on that. The problem is she's got kind of short hair. Whoops-a-daisies. So it does mean that I'm little limited in what I can do. With her hair movement. Obviously, by, like, comparison of what we can do with Fuawa, which is a little bit longer, you can see there's a lot more motion going on. Even with, like, the base version, there's not that much going on. So this is, let's see, out, down, up, out, down, up, out, down. So out needs to probably actually have a little bit more going on here. No, that's going to be for this one. Out, down, and then this will be up. So let's copy this here, delete this here, put this in, and figure out how I'm going to do the up cycle of this one. Okay, outside of changing the ears, I think that's looking good. So what are the ear changes that we have? We have up, down, up, down. So let's grab this version. And when do we apply the differences here? So that's down, down, up, down, down, up. Yep. Okay, so it's only on the up frame. Looks pretty decent, I'll be honest. Okay, let's get the rest of the coloring done now. There we go. And now we're going to do similar changes over on flower, where I do need to do the head first. Shift R is going to be this, and this replaces this. Okay. And then body. Shift R. This to this. This to this. Okay. Massive improvement already. Do her cheeks. Just adds that extra level of depth and character. Cool. So now disable background, file, export sprite sheet. We'll do idle. Export, yes. And then file, export again, but we're gonna do the running one this time. Export. We come over here. I don't think there was any changes to this, but we'll export anyway. Idle. Yes. Hey there, Nightmare. Oh, stretch. There we go. And then, ooh, that's not what I want to click. It's Shift E, isn't it? Is it Shift A? Control A. Should get better at using those. Okay. So I want to override, export. There we go. How am I? I'm doing alright. All things considered. I'm very tired, but when am I not? What about yourself? You been up to anything special and fancy? Seeing as I still failed designing my circuits, I'm conducting difficulty tweak. Fair enough, fair enough. Came back from farming salt in Overwatch. I feel like that's all you can do in that game nowadays, right? It's not even play the game, it's just suffer. Hey, you Banky, how's it going? Suffice to say, I'm salty. Yeah, those kind of games, I think, definitely lean themselves to not really being... You can't not get a little tilted and a little salty from those kind of games. It's curious, because, like, competitive games inherently have that as a weakness, right? Where they, by nature, get toxic, I guess. Like, you see that with League, you see that with Overwatch, you see that with, like, CSGO, you see that with pretty much any game that has that competitive, team stuff. I wanted to confirm something. Tomorrow is Mons, because I felt like we said Friday last stream. So technically both are correct. Tomorrow is Friday for me, and yes, tomorrow is Pokemon. When I'm talking on stream, I typically do refer to days via, like, the days that will be for me, and I do apologize that that does lead to confusion. Nothing I can really say other than that. Happens. But yes. Tomorrow is definitely, Pokemon. Which I am, it's gonna be fun, because, I mean, also, like I said, earlier, I'm gonna be getting a bunch of magic stuff, hopefully, tomorrow. I'm gonna be getting my precon, the Aether Drift precon, I think, and I'm gonna be getting the last cards that I need for my Golgari deck, which is gonna be fun. My Yagdra Golgari deck. And like, that's not even a joke. I believe it is literally all the last few cards that I need to make that deck playable. It's gonna be cool. I am excited. Do need to still sit down and like figure out how tick a ton or tick a tank or whatever or tick a buff or whatever, tick a tough is the current version of it. Figure out that kind of build, because we still need to like do a shiny hunt. I need to figure out how shiny hunts work though for that stuff. And the best way to like approach it. I think we're probably gonna have to get like 1 or 2 more gym badges though before I do like a real hardcore shiny grind, just to make things safer and more efficient. In case like the current Iron Mouse levels up too high, because it's only what, 4 levels away from starting to disagree with me. However, if I recall, and this is something that I'm not 100% sure on anymore, if your friendship rating improves how often they will listen to you in that case. So if we just keep using Iron Mouse, hopefully her friendship rating will go up enough to like make it fine. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. I'm pretty sure friendship fights against their like them not wanting to listen to you. I think. I'm fine being wrong in that case, because again, like, I'm not sure. Oh, I just realized something. I didn't re-enable the tail. On Mokoko. Nothing else actually should be wrong with it though. So let's just... Edit image. So it's Control I here. So Control I while we're running. Okay. Convert. Yes. Let's go through and get all of this done. Okay, Control I. Even if it is like the exact same, I would prefer to just double check myself. This one we know is not, because it is a duplicate of 4 hours. So now we actually have Gorko's run coming in. So now we probably need to start writing up, like, AI movement logic. But I don't know how much of that I'm gonna do on stream. Because, like, some of that's gonna be logic that might be better to leave to another time. We'll see. I want the next update to come out, and I want the next update to come out with Mokoko. Might go through and do some text improvements later this stream, though. Just to make things a little bit easier on me. As a bit of a break, I guess, in a sense. But yeah. So no debug sort of thing. We want to just straight up pick up Moko, Fuwa Moko and run with them and see how the swaps look. With running and stuff like that. Now that we actually have... Oh, no. I haven't plugged in running animation. Wait, no. I just realized. Alright. I'm just gonna close a lot of this testing code for now. Because it's not relevant to what we're doing. Play a character. Go here. Okay, so this needs to be running. Here we go. Almost forgot I hadn't actually plugged that in yet. Good on me. Okay, so after we get this done, I will pre-design maybe some stuff, I don't know. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Keep in mind this is highly accelerated EX speeds, but it's not... I think it's like 15 seconds is her base? Yeah, like I think 15 seconds is the baseline for what it is supposed to be. and here it's basically like 1.5 seconds. So obviously it's much easier to like just perma swap, which is not the intention. That's working. Cool. Individuals. I do kind of appreciate how much crap here is handled just by the passive. It is mildly entertaining that we've gotten to the stage where the EX is actually just straight up does nothing. Like, the EX itself does none of the work other than being the trigger for doing all the rest of it. Right? There is something I do need to do for level ups because currently this part here will not... no, sorry. Which part? This part here will not trigger correctly. Because it gets this initial stuff, but it doesn't get any more than that. Which is, it basically, when it's further leveled up, it's not getting triggered again. Which I'll just need to do something about that. Which is fine. It's fine. Oh god. Cool. That's just working nice and cleanly, right? So I'm gonna do some scribbles in eSprite to try and figure out what I want to do for the splash art. So it's 256 by 256. Got it. No, I'll do that. So, four images. Yeah, like this was one of my original ideas, kind of like this with the two. Because one thing that needs to be acknowledged is that when I do the design, we also have to keep in mind the design needs to accommodate having a icon that's going to have both of their faces on it, right? So their faces need to be in a similar location, because one consideration I had was kind of like the pose where it's the two of them like kind of body shapes this way, heads there, arms come together, interlocked here, and like hands come up interlocked here, and like that sort of thing, right? I know that's a really rough drawing, but like this wouldn't work because the icon would have to basically be this then. And that just doesn't work. One other consideration I kinda had was like, how would I do this? One of them jumping on top of the other sort of thing, which makes sense. So, it would be kind of like, that. Maybe a little bit like... Again, we're just doing stickman designs to just try and get an idea of what I want. Because, like, this clearly is very easy then, because, like, the icon's not even hard to do. Position-wise, because we can have basically the head on top of the other head. And what's good is I technically flip this around and it's actually perfectly fine. In fact, we would do that, is we'd swap this around, so, there. It'd be drawn this way. Because, obviously, EX has come from that direction. So it's this would be Morkel, right? Based on what we know of these two. So it's for Morkel. So do I want to commit to this design yet though? Probably. I think this is probably what I'm gonna commit to for their design. Like, obviously I need to get, like, actual shaping done correctly here, because, like, these legs are too short, these arms are too long, stuff like that, and then, like, the tail needs to come in, yada yada yada. But I'm just getting basic, like, posing done in my head. Because I do kind of like this one as well. This little art here. Honestly, that feels like it's a skin, I'm gonna be honest. Right? That actually looks awesome like that. That's cool. Fucking Morko eating goddamn Ina's tentacles. Yes, I love that. Oh shit, that's good. But yeah, like stuff like this as well is a consideration, where it's like the two of them cuddled up like that. Because again, like, that's a perfect icon shot. At least with default character, like the default skin, the icon's a very important deal. Because it needs to be recognizable, it needs to be understandable, and this is the difficulty with doing ones like this, where it is technically multiple characters, right? Well, it's not technically, it is multiple characters in one character. So you have to somehow convey multiple characters while also having only one character. Like one space for them. God, these legs position does mess with my head though. Because I'm assuming these two legs here are Fuawas and this leg here is Morkos. And then it goes down like that. Oh. That mucks with my head a little bit. Yeah. Ah, that's cute. Hey, you devil, how's it going? Played entire Me-side last night. Dude, I'm still really itching to try that game out. I wonder how my PC would handle it though. It's definitely still a consideration. I mean, this is also a style I could go with, like that posing, whereas the two of them like that. Because like, that still gives me a decent-ish icon, but I'd probably have to move them closer together. Love that game. It's cool. It is very good. Also, I find it mildly funny, right? So, one thing I could do, right? We got stuff like this where it's like, okay, well that could clearly be the icon. What if I have it cut off parts of their, like the sides of their faces? Because that feels like they're fighting to be into the icon image. And that actually seems so on point as well. Especially knowing that like dual characters like this is going to be mildly on the unique side. If it handles Warframe, it should handle Me-side no problem. See, the thing is, it's not me concerning if it can do that, it's me concerned if I can do it streaming, because I want to play Me-side on stream. Me-side on stream feels like the correct thing to do, right? Maybe instead of above, it's head to side. So it's like the head's here. It would be more of like a tackle like that. Nothing more say so than a sister kiss, exactly. And it would be kind of like, let's see. That maybe? Actually, I could have her straight up getting knocked over. Also, I just saw this. This is... I love that. That's fucking hysterical. It's just so it's how Fuamoko do their solo streams, and it's literally fucking... Moko sitting on Fuaho's lap, and they're like going... It's so good. But yeah, no, who hasn't watched the most Sato series out there? Kiss Exist, right? Anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, there you go. This is kind of what I'm talking about here. That's kind of what I want to do with the faces. Just have them like that, but have it like full on jumping on. Sibling on sibling makes you so uncomfortable. I wish I didn't have that, but it just makes me think my sister. It makes me go, no thanks. Yeah, no, like this is the thing. So there's two statements I want to make on it, right? So I want to stress, like in real life, yeah, that shit disgusting. One, I don't have a sibling though, so that's just straight up an aspect of that. And two, I will always stand by to the end of days. Was it Reductional Cavalry? Was the moment I understood the baseline philosophy of what these characters actually kind of think like, and why it's been just, they've always failed at transposing this. And it's genuinely something I agree with, right? I have no problem in fiction writing. The only problem is, yeah. That's the thing, is like, there is going to be that aspect that your brain's going to go, oh, but in real life, ooh, no, fuck no, ooh, disgusting, no. And I think that's 100% justifiable. But no, Reductional Cavalry did the thing of basically explaining the character going, you know it's wrong. And it's like, yes. Does that change your feelings? No. And it's because she understands these feelings were born from something else and grew to this naturally. And I was like, okay, that makes a little bit more sense than just, I'm horny for my brother. And then if you look at all of the rest of the series, is that like the sibling love sibling thing, a lot of them make more sense from that perspective of it was love that they had for the character that was natural and normal, but because of extreme circumstances, it developed in a different direction and caused it to become this more corroded, corrupted thing that's less than acceptable. That makes it more palatable to me whenever I use that kind of lens on it. But yeah, no, genuinely, I've said this before, Irregular and Magic High, I could not watch that originally. I genuinely could not watch that originally. It put me so far off with the relationship with the main character with his sister, and like mainly her. It felt so uncomfortable. Same with Railgun. Railgun felt really uncomfortable with the way that Misaka and I'm blanking on her name. And I don't think they're actual sisters from memory. I think it's just like, yeah. But it's just that sort of stuff really rubbed me the wrong way early on when it came to anime. But like I slowly came to accept it more after watching Redaku no Cavalry and it having that explanation. I'm not going to say that's going to do the same for everyone else, but it was just something that I find fascinating, kind of thinking about that, right? Was just calling her that. Yeah, I was pretty sure they're not actual things, it's just her constantly doing the One-sama thing. Because sisters is very different in that world. But it's just that sort of stuff of the idea of even romanticizing that sort of relationship felt weird to me. And call that whatever you will, but like that was very much something I struggled with when getting into anime, is the idea of sibling or pseudo-sibling or anything like that actually leading to infatuation or sexualization, which anime has very prolific. It's very prolific. I'm struggling. I'm really prolific. Yeah, you know when you get that one word, you've said it enough times, you're fine with it normally, and then you just can't say it one day? Prolific. You know what I'm trying to say though. Common. There we go. But it's very commonplace in anime. I could also make the same argument as, like, I didn't really like the fact that there was sexualization of children as well in anime. That makes me still to this day kind of uncomfortable. Which is good. There's an aspect of that. But I will not deny that I've just become slightly more accustomed to it, I guess. Which is both good and bad, alright? It's fiction and it doesn't really matter. See, that's the thing, is that, like, I agree with the sentiment there, but I also disagree with the sentiment, if that makes some semblance of sense. Whee! I ain't scrolling further down there, that's dangerous. We should see the boundary, correct. I 100% agree with that aspect of the statement. I will not say, though, that by separating it from fiction and reality, it justifies its existence. As well as I will not deny there is a very acceptable and rational statement to say certain things make you uncomfortable, even in fictitious worlds. As you said with sibling relationships, as it makes you feel a little uncomfortable, and I 100% think that's fair. But it's because you've actually got rationale and you're willing to accept why and stuff like that. I'm assuming that also doesn't mean that, like, straight up, if it's just a subplot of a series, you're not going to turn the series off. You're probably going to not enjoy it as much as you may have. But if it's present, it probably doesn't turn you off completely, right? I just gave my opinion. Yeah, no, 100%. Like, again, I agree with the sentiment that fiction is fiction and real life is real life. That is something we accept, and we should not, like, combine the two in any capacity. We should not make fiction... Well, fiction can be realistic, that's fine, but fiction is not real life. And real life is not fiction. Real life is stranger than fiction. It is the truth of it. So, yeah. Like, it's a weird and difficult subject, because, like, no matter how you phrase it, there is a level, and, like, 100% I've seen this, because online's fucking awful, where what will happen is that someone will take it, like, part of that conversation out of context and go, oh, this person is this kind of person, right? And that is when you start getting into that problem. Because I've seen people do that for, I don't know, forms of racism as well, and sexism and all that. Like, that's why, like, there's certain subjects I would love to talk about more, but just the moment some of the context is removed, they're just not acceptable to talk about. And that's something that has to be acknowledged. But that's why anime's a bit, don't very much like people confusing fiction with reality. Best example is from an online D&D game with strangers I was in. Yeah, I could not imagine doing D&D like that. Because, like, that's really reminiscent of... there's so many things I could think of like that. And it's just... when you're kids on the playground, that makes sense, right? But... yeah... I made a character that hated orcs and half-orcs, and someone thought I was actually red. Oh god, okay. Yeah, that's just shitty. Hey, how's it going? It's going pretty good. How's it going for you? Like, it's difficult because, like, especially in games, especially in D&D, it's living out a fantasy, right? But there's a level of roleplay that's acceptable and unacceptable, in a sense. Like, I saw a little bit the other day, a meme video or something like that, where it was like a group of people that were very clearly playing up the whole, like, but it's a fictitious reality. It's my fantasy. I can do whatever I want. But it was like straight up, one of them was like stealing a child. And then another one was like, roll to check race of enemy. And stuff like that. And it's just like, okay, clearly they're playing up the bit, but it's okay. It's okay for your character to, like, have a hatred for this sort of thing, because, like, especially when we're talking about species like this and races like that, in D&D, I don't know, like, your character could have had your village raided by orcs. Surprisingly enough, makes a little bit of sense why you might not have a fucking good time being near them, because it causes a psychological response, if we're talking about the character in the context of that universe. Not saying definitely that's the case, but, like, fuck, there was a story I listened to recently about a extremely racist individual that grew up in a hood street, and a lot of the black people in that street, in that environment, not even just black people, would just be everyone in general there, were doing crime, being awful kind of people, and just like that. And this person led to coincide that with ethnicity. And therefore he went super racist, he went neo-Nazi, stuff like that. And he got into crime. One day he had a parole officer, single parole officer came, talked to him, they were black, She was awesome, treated him like an actual human being, and he came to realize that it's like, actually, you know what, this isn't what, like, the color of a skin does not constitute this personality. It was this environment that constituted that personality. So therefore, they've now learned to make that separation. Cool. We've got an example of that in real life. So do that with, I guess, thing. Is literally giving orcs straight up overplayed every stereotype. Yeah, exactly. Like, that sort of thing. You're probably hired by gold or from the bank. Yeah, no, exactly. You've got, like, very clearly you're doing stereotypical humorous things. Like, I feel like the moment I hear them taking our jobs, like, that is immediately my brain's gone like, this is a joke. And that's clearly fine. Like, in the context of a phantasmal thing, you're taking what is considered a thing like that. There is an argument playing an old racist. Oh, that feels so accurate though. Let's be honest. Dwarves in most experiences in generic fantasy tend to be a little bigoted, right? And that's fine. Because they're normally a secluded race, they're normally less likely to interact with the general overall world, or stuff like that. And they're normally a little bit more partial to their own species, their own race. I don't know. I still struggle calling it races because of that connotation, but you know. So yes, it's difficult when it comes down to it because, yeah, it's a fantasy. There is obviously a level of you go too far, and I'm not saying you did or didn't. Again, context is important, and hearing one side of a story only gives me one side of a story. But I can see why someone might take the wrong thing of that, and potentially that might just require being a little bit more clear with that individual. But I get that, like, it's just, that's why I don't want to ever really play a D&D sort of, or a tabletop RPG with people that aren't, like, very much know what we're all like. Well, we know each other well enough to know no one's going to push too far on certain things. Right. If I wanted people to hype me up and give me validation of that story, I'd go to Reddit. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be honest, you fucking nailed why I hate Reddit sometimes. Because the only people that actually go to Reddit with those sorts of stories are people that just want validation and karma. Right? I think that's the term for it, Reddit karma. It's like the rating system for you. Big number go up is kind of all that I can see with that stuff. And I really don't like that personality. One-sided story for clicks. Exactly. Wait, you telling me that's not true? These likes are, though. D&D horror stories Reddit is full of people who only give their side of the side and with only a little analysis of you. Yeah. No. Yeah. That's something that I really dislike, and I see that a lot. It's just like, it is the worst part of that stuff, where if you just do a little bit of work and kind of not even research, just work at looking at what they're doing or what they're saying, you can quickly figure out, yeah, no, this person's just an ass. There's a tendency to say that any orc they ever interacted with was not straight up evil as an exception to the rule, and a lot of NPCs were half orcs and it was fun. I'm not gonna lie, I actually appreciate that. Because, like, there's an aspect of that storyline, right? Because obviously with D&D, you've got your individual character story. The fuck? Is this AI or some shit? What's going on here? Is this supposed to be 3 characters? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at there. But like, you've got your own individual character's growth, right? So eventually by the end of the story, maybe they'll go, you know what? Maybe I wasn't fully wrong. Maybe most orcs are okay. Or, another fun thing, especially if your DM's willing to work with you on this, exact opposite. You get the character having this growth all the way through, and then something at the end completely shatters it, and then they're re-cemented in their fucking philosophy that orcs bad. I'm gonna be honest, that's fucking cool. I like both of those storylines. Because that shit happens. Is that you see someone growing and then the one thing goes wrong and then they're just like back to basics or worse. This kinda gets there. Yeah, cool. That one's always a good one. Did have one fight with orcs and I went, I knew it! They were behind it all! No, just random bandits. Yeah. Like, there's so many options with that sort of stuff, and it's great. Maybe like that. That pose there. Why is Welt's like her in here randomly? The fuck? And there's randomly fucking Sailor Moon's child. I'm pretty sure that's Sailor Moon's child, right? That's Chibiusa. We even had a whole before the game meeting where we discussed the no-nos and don't do stuff, and nobody said fictional fantasy racism. That's fair. I mean, that's one of those ones where I understand they might not say that because there might be an element in their head of maybe that's just a like, well, duh. But I agree that like it's very clear you were trying to take the humorous approach with it and not the like actual bigoted approach with it. And I think that is kind of upsetting that like someone got annoyed by that. But again, like it's one of those things of certain things trigger certain people and you'll never get it right. There's never a correct answer. Yeah, that's Chibiusa there, right? As well. Like, I'm wondering if this is kind of the pose I want then, instead. But I do appreciate though that it's just like before that you did have like a group thing of hey, what's okay, what's not okay. I think that's 100% acceptable to do. I think it's good that that was done. Because there's always a, an element of that. Maybe that? Just a full carry. That's a D&D standard. I mean, you're talking to someone that has never played, so that's why I don't know. I still really want to. I really, really want to do a D&D campaign. And I would love to stream it. Send you a proposition for pose on Discord. Alright, let's have a look-see, shall I? For fuck's sake! Oh shit, that's... Oh, JoJo poses are phenomenal. Oh, okay. Dude, we need to do at least one JoJo pose skin at some point, at the very least. If not like a straight up... Okay, no, real question. What VTuber needs to have a JoJo pose? Like, with... Oh, fuck, now I feel like I should have done one for Booby. If we do a skin for Booby, it's gotta be a JoJo pose. Ah, fuck, that's so funny. Oh fuck, that actually got me quite good. Well done there, Devil. Well done. But yeah, like, would I want to do a pose like this where it is just straight up them doing the, like, back carry? I don't want to do the back carry. I want a bit... Again, I'm trying to do more in-motion poses. Because I feel like in-motion poses feel really good for EXs. Because they pop out, obviously, right? Like, splash out feels like it should be an action sort of thing. Like a pose done thing. One jumping on the other. Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, like the sketch over here is an example of just kind of like... I don't know. It's really poor at the moment, but... Kind of like that, right? Like one falling and the other jumping on her. Kind of, yeah. That's why I'm trying to figure it out at the moment. I was like, I'm trying to find good reference points for that. It's like, I kind of have it in my head, but I'm not confident in doing it right now. That's why, like, I'm looking at, like, this, I almost kind of like what this gives me here for the faces, so that's why I've, like, positioned the head to the side more. But, like, there's also poses like these that, work all that well as, like, equally as well. The closer I was to sending the wrong picture, that's the best kind of situation. Dude, it's in the boys' porn. It's always best. What did... Are you watching porn by yourself? No! I'm with a science team! But yeah, like, I love that searching this has brought up this bloody image. Still, like, one of the funniest fucking gags in almost all of anime to me. It's just like, runs up, oh, I'm so glad you're okay. Bang! I barely even remember the series at this point. Like, I remember a bit of it, but that scene is just so fucking good. Like, I love here, I'm seeing the thing where it's like friend hug versus best friend hug, and it's like, that's so fucking true. Dude, the amount of times I've just like fucked with my mates and just done shit like that in the past, great times. I have a faint memory of watching it, but the scene is fresh in my brain. Yeah, no, that, like, of all of the stuff in that series, outside of her having, like, basically blood magic as her ability, I don't remember shit else. Like, I'm pretty sure, didn't he basically die in the previous scene, or near to? Like, I'm pretty sure he got really fucked up. And like, that's why it's even funnier, is because he's just like, this dude should be in a hospital, and he's just getting jumped by his mate. Because, like, here, okay, this is an example. This kind of pose here, very easy to do and would work perfectly well for what we're doing. Because the faces are fairly close, I could move them a bit closer together, and it would work out really well. Especially for their personalities. But I, again, want an in-motion thing. Because that's the thing I've been trying to learn the most, is doing in-motion kind of poses. I'm just not confident in what I want yet. Maybe that? Front on, pushing like this? Maybe. You're doing for while we're standing still and oh yeah, no, it is definitely Mokoko jumping in. Yeah, no, like, I think that's the impression pretty much everyone has, especially, like, if you look at more fan art as well related to them. Most of the time, you'll see Mokoko being the, like, more energetic and more intense one, doing the more silly and weirder poses. That's why, again, even if we use as this as a reference point, Fu is at the is the one getting jumped on here. All right. Yeah. I guess that's kind of in the direction I want to go. A little. Maybe. Again, it's the difficulty of trying to find a pose that has both of their faces close enough together as well. And equally so. Because that's the thing, is we want to have it so we can use it as an icon. Like, we want to have it so when we do the icon, it's easy enough to do. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? That's why, like, these poses kind of here don't work for it. It doesn't fit right, as well as even if the faces are kind of close, they're on a hugely diagonal attempt. We need them, like, more horizontally to each other, I think. Studying with this in the background? Fair enough. I mean, it is designed to be second monitor content. That is always my intention. Bet no one really remembers that. Any of y'all remember Black Rock Shooter? God, I like the song. The one that, like, sparked it all, I believe. Just gotta look over at that devil, goddammit. Goofy game development, exactly. I remember the existence, never watched it. I mean, I didn't even, like, really watch it. It was more just the songs as well. Because it was more Vocaloid sort of content. I can't remember, what... Did Miku... Was Miku voice the one that they used for Black Rock Shooter initially? I don't think it was the original. But I know she was the one that did, like, the most clear cover of it. Can't remember, because it was a Vocaloid song, if I recall. I think I can play it though, but yeah, I think Black Rock Shooter, the original one, is it is Vocaloid. I just don't remember what it is. Yeah, I'm still not sure what I want to do for the pose. Because, like, yeah, again, a kind of a motion pose like this would work as well. I think it's gonna be front on, but jumping. I have MTG things to talk about, but I don't want to distract you. I mean, go right ahead. At the moment, we're just doing, like, very foundational design stuff. Kind of trying to figure out what we want to do. So, like, okay, let's do 2 different colors here. We'll actually do them as their relative colors. So, Moko here. That. Yeah, it'd be kind of like that. And then that. Kind of like that, maybe. Just brainstorm right now, but we barely have the rain going in that storm. True. Tried the Tom Bombadil deck. Oh, nice! The one we did back in the marathon stream, right? Yeah, one. I was working okay, but lost. But I did a bunch of stuffs. Felt like I needed more sagas. It's the difficulty as well, because like the more sagas you put in, the weaker your board presence is going to probably be most of the time. So it's probably about finding the right sagas for it, right? To be fair, I believe we mostly were aiming to just keep to the budget as well, was one of the difficulties. Okay, so would that look right? Obviously the shaping's a bit rough at the moment because like the body's too long here. And too thin. I'll work on that and try it again, but yeah, it was pretty decent. Let me tell you of one of the interactions I had. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I'm curious, because hey, I still stand by I would love to make a Bombadil deck myself one day. Told them your commanders will be exiled only while this is here. In some turns it will die and your cards will come back. It's no biggie. Recommends everyone to let the exile the commanders. I also copied the saga, so I exiled more stuff. Oh god, and then you can just bounce the saga up and down, I'm assuming? You rude motherfucker. To be fair, I've had someone do that to me as well recently. Yeah, there it is, yeah. That hated me so much, it was so fun. Yep. God, that is cruel, but very funny. I mean, that's basically what, what's her name? There's an actual proper commander that was a pre-con as well at one point. I actually have her as well because I want to do it, where it's like, you bring enchantments back from the, you exile, get a copy as a 3/3 zombie. I'm blanking on the commander's name at the moment, but like, that's the idea with that one as well, is that you just get like that sort of stuff going and you just infinitely cycle it and they can't put shit onto the board because you just wipe them. Which happens so often for me. I just get locked out and it's rough. I feel like Fua needs to get more in line with this. This knee needs to come, like, would be coming up past here. So I think I do this a bit lower. Move this down. It's a bit more like that. They kind of focused me after that. I mean, to be fair, yeah, that would definitely be the case. I mean, I was talking about it earlier, but so I'll be getting my I'll be getting the last few cards from one deck tomorrow, and I'll be also hopefully getting my pre-con tomorrow. And I've been like further, so I said I was going to show this later. I've been further tweaking the Zombies deck, and the problem is it's getting really close to being like CEDH kind of level. I'm trying my best not to go over the line. I'm trying to keep it not from doing that, but like, it's because mainly cost, right? Because like, there are some cards in here that are going to cost me a fucking nightmare amount of money, but they're going to be really worth it. But the moment you see like this card in here, I hate this version of it, by the way, this Mystery Boosters one. I think it's a cool idea, but it's just not me. Fucking, is this something that's defaulty? There. A generic version of it. But yeah, the moment you see Thassa's Oracle, you should pretty much go, uh-oh. The fact that I'm considering removing Temant, because like, as much as it's an alternate win con, I have so many alternate win cons in here now. That's kind of rough. I mean, Tainted Pact is one that I was like, hang on a fucking minute. This is insane, by the way, this card. I understand why I've probably never seen it before, because holy shit, this is insane. Remove the top card of your library from the game. You may put that card into your hand unless it has the same name as another card removed this way. Repeat this process until you have put a card in your hand, or you remove 2 cards from the same name, with the same name, whichever comes first. So I could just shred my deck very, very easily with that. Especially knowing that, like, I have got very little in the waste of basic lands, and I can quite easily trim out a lot of the basic land now, because I'm sitting at 34, yeah. But, like, having Sheoldredge, Intertaxis, and here, Velvagoth, all have really made this deck a lot spookier in my eyes. And it's becoming a little bit more moving in the direction of the discard synergy than discard and cycle synergy less than zombies, which I'm not happy about. That's why I'm like, I'm using zombies as a way to stop this from being CDEDH sort of thing. I have some more recommendations for it if you're interested. Go right ahead. Ask you for help making a fun commander to make a deck for the budget thing, but not today. I mean, my Magic streams are probably a great place for that, because I love just mucking around on it. Because like, I'm tempted to put in my Runescar, was it Runescar Demon? Or something like that off the top of my head. In there, which is like basically a like a demonic tutor on a creature. Which is really good for a deck like this, because ironically enough, Rise of the Dark Realms is like my only recursion outside of like general zombie recursion. Because there's a lot of ways I can get zombies from the graveyard. Like, Azul Asher is a great example. There's another one in here that's like, I can just cast zombie creatures from the graveyard. Like, cast zombie creatures from the graveyard. I can't remember which one. But like, Core Augur is one where I'm like, I'm still tossing up whether I keep that in there. Varina Lich Queen. Alright, let's have a look-see. Where is... Once my computer stops lagging. I'll use this one to find it. Yeah, don't look at that. I'm totally not loving the idea of Niv Mizzet guild thing, which just seems like a really silly deck to try and make. Arena Lich Queen. Whenever you attack with one or more zombies, draw that many cards, then discard that many cards, you gain that much life. Exile 2 cards from your graveyard, create tapped. Yeah, that actually just would be phenomenal in that deck. Like, that's not even, like, up for debate. That's life gain, which is kind of already a bit touch and go in this deck, and discard synergy, which is phenomenal. The fuck to go is out for it though. Like, at this point in time, I have to go with Thassa's Oracle, because I just shred this deck so fast with a lot of the stuff that's in here. Oh yeah, I've also got this in here. I thought it would just fit really well, because it's just like, sack another creature, which is very cheap to do for me, and get a demonic tutor, basically. And there's so many discard synergies. I also put in a frog, Psychic Frog, this one here. Discard a card, put a 1/1 counter on it, which is just so good for this deck. Free discard. It's insane. Honestly, Lord of the Accursed might come out of this, right? Because, like, there's no way I can get rid of Polluter. That's potentially one of my ways to knock someone out very easily. Is just cycle that and nuke someone. Very, very strong. Because when you cycle this card, you may have target player lose a life equal to the number of zombies on the battlefield. Just a second, I need to refresh my servers. There we go. Corpse Augur just is mixed bag for me, because it's like, because you lose X life, it makes it dangerous, because I can nuke myself a little too easily with that. Draw power cards equal to its power. If you do, discard 2 cards. It's just because of the discard there is just so nice. Exile target creature, make a thing. Okay, yeah, we'll get rid of Cemetery Reaper for the Lich Queen. Okay, what was the other one? Living Dead. Living Dead. Night Shift of the Living Dead? Is that the one? Or Verena? Living Airship, whoops. Or Living Death. Yes, Living Death, sorry. That's my bad. Living Death. Each player exiles all cards from their graveyard, then sacrifices all creatures they control, then puts all cards they exiled this way onto the battlefield. I mean, that would be a hell of a spooky card, yeah. Because it means shredding my deck even better for it. What comes out for that, though? Like Dark Salvation? Dread summons, maybe. Because they're tapped. Because Dark Salvation still has, like, the ability to nuke a card out of existence. Is the main thing. Because I don't think I can do much more with creatures. Removal of much in the way of creatures just kind of hurts this deck at this point. And it means, like, I'm gonna be honest, Eternal Skylord is becoming one of the, like, on the chopping block cards. That should indicate how hard it is to pick cards out of this to remove. Because I still think, like, Liliana Heretical Healer is just so good in this. Because of just the -8, especially. But the fact is, it's a creature. If it goes into the graveyard, it flips again, if I recall. And turns back into a creature. So there's easy ways to bring that back. Again, like Sheoldred alone, right? Like Velvagoth here, Terra Eater is just such a scary card as well. This comes onto the board, it is a problem. Just because of its ward alone is a justification of we need to deal with this card. Right? Because ward is sacrifice 3 non-land permanents. To fucking target this, I nuke your board. And I can play shit from underneath it pretty freely because it's only health cost instead of mana cost. Wizened Mentor is just such free generation of zombie tokens. Wonder is, like, great for if I don't have the Skylord. Like, Zur Lich Lord's just super good for, again, the zombie aspect of this deck. Again, it's slowly becoming the smart thing to do is to pull the zombie synergy out and just commit more to the win con power. Like, that's the weakness this deck's hitting. Like, Fleshback Marauder is such a powerful card because it's just, it comes in, it can basically sack itself and everyone has to sack a creature. But there's so many cases where it's useless. And that's where it's like, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. I think lands are the thing that I need to start trimming. I think, like, I need to take out a plains here for the Living Death. And Bone Minister. Let's have a little look at that. Oh, sorry, wait, what? Miser. Whenever you discard a creature card, create a thing. Whenever you discard a land, add 2 black. Whenever you discard a non-creature, non-land, draw a card. Oh, that is good. Oh, why has there gotta be like a $20 fucking card? That's gonna be, like, expensive as hell, but it's so good for this deck. A Cursed Marauder? Each player sacrifices a non-token creature. Oh shit, that's just objectively a better version of it. Because it means tokens don't cause problems. I think the only weakness of that is that it could hit me hard, because I might have only tokens on the board, but, like, if I'm getting it out, I'm getting it out, and I can play around it. They can't. Okay, so we'll put that in, but what do we put in for Mirza? That's just so good. Probably that, honestly. Angel of Sanctions comes out. You can Sacco its own ETB. Only if... And this is the thing. So this is what I'll say. What happens if I'm turning this into a zombie token? If I'm discarding this, I'm cycling it, potentially. Right? If I'm cycling this, and it's come in as its token, I can't sack it anymore. That's why arguably Fleshbag Marauder is synergistic in that aspect, and is the danger of using it. Whereas, like, this is cheap enough that I can play it, naturally, and it's cheaper than the sacking, or the cycling. So there's an argument there. That's the rationale that I want to kind of, like, put forward with it. Because most of the time, the idea with this deck is that vast majority of my cards are not coming down as casts. Most of them are coming down as creating tap tokens. But objectively, it is still a better one overall, I think. Because the thing is, right, I have a question for you, Matthew. And this is a loaded question. This is a question that's got a very clear answer. Can you counterspell me cycling? Or me discarding? You just say I've got a way to discard the card from hand that's not casting something to discard. So, like, a trigger effect. Say, Forgotten Creation here. At the beginning of my upkeep, you may discard all cards in your hand. Can you counterspell me there? Is there a way to stop that event from occurring once the trigger is on the stack? Because I'm pretty sure, if I recall, even if you kill this, the trigger's on the stack, the trigger will resolve. So, once that resolves, what if I play Leveler and then Thesis Oracle with the discards? At what point can you disrupt that? Because once Leveler is entered the field, I lose my deck. And because it's not cast, you can't stop it from entering, so the trigger still happens. The only way to kill me in that scenario is to force me to draw on the in-between off of the Thesis trigger. The Thassa's Oracle. That is the only way to kill me there. Or only way to stop the win. I don't have Leveler in this deck currently, but that's just an example point, right? Kill spell on the commander in response to the massive discard. Let's see. Yes, that is correct. If I am doing the discard, in response to the discard, the thing that is doing the discard event, if you kill Ashton, sure. But then I just recognize that I'm not getting that trigger and I draw my cards. But that requires you to know that I'm about to level and then Thassa's Oracle you. Because the moment the discard effects are occurring, it's unstoppable. It is a combo that cannot be stopped at that point. The only way is to force me to draw a card before the Thassa resolves. If I've got, like, again, like, specifically referring to the leveler version of that. There are plenty of other ways to do it. But, like, the problem is that's probably the most consistent way, right? And then, like, if that all goes poorly, there's a good chance I can probably pull my, like, Rise of the Dark Realms or something, right? Imagine me just getting that as one of my responses to me getting the new hand. It's like, cool, I've got Rise of the Dark Realms in my hand now. Now I just do that shit again. Or I've got plenty of ways to, I've got a couple, I should say, ways to exile a card and then bring it to the board. I believe Scarab God has a way. Exile target creature from graveyard, create a copy that's a zombie. And then I think there's another one that's another copy as a zombie. It's a good combo and it would be near unstoppable. There's a reason why I'm not wanting to, I'm like, welcome to the line that I have. This is why I'm like, this deck is really close to being like CEDH, I feel. I genuinely should remove Temet, put Leveler in, and then put a couple more cards like that in there. This deck would be significantly better. Like, that's not even like a slight joke. Genuinely, now I'm starting to see why people were saying Hashton's super good. Because, like, I can now, outside of Hashton dying, if a discard effect goes off, I probably can just win the game from them. Because there's a good chance I've got a combo in hand to just block people out. It's kind of why I want to, like, reduce the land base a little bit. I mean, objectively speaking, if I want to make this deck better, I would go do, whatchamacallit? The fucking tap, pay one life, sack the land to go get the type lands sort of stuff. Like that, and then get surveil lands and shit. I don't know. Like, that's probably the only real solid upgrades I can do that would objectively make it even more CEDH. Apart from counter, like Strife and Tiger Draw, or like Blue Sun Zenith. But like, the thing is, if I'm doing it correctly, there is a good shout I'm doing it all at once. So unless it's instant or flash, you can't do anything. Fetch lands, thank you. But that's the idea. That is the problem with how this deck's gonna function, is that there is a very good chance I do a combo in one instance where if you do not counter or stop something at the beginning, you don't stop it. It finishes. And that's exactly why Leveler hasn't gone in yet. Because I don't have a way of blowing my deck up currently. I have ways of going through my deck really fast. And that's why I liked the addition of, whatchamacallit again? The one we just added a second ago. My brain is actually fried. Yeah, Lich Queen. Like, I like Lich Queen because it feeds to this playstyle. It keeps it supplemented, but it doesn't win inherently. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this deck. is I'm trying to refrain from just making a deck that wins. But I'm trying to make a deck that feels solid to play. That's why, again, like, Tainted Pact is probably the closest example I get to that, because as long as I don't... I'm pretty sure that's going to count lands, right? Remove token... so if I hit 2 islands, then it deletes everything. And it stops me from continuing. Which is why, in a sense, like, having fetch lands, having less basic lands and stuff like that are just... would make this deck objectively better. There's also, where is it? Lion's Eye Diamond, and there's another one that's a, like, Lion's Eye Diamond on Diamond Lion. Those cards there win me the game. Like, you that's the problem. But the thing is, like, that's a $500 card, or US at least, right? So Lion's Eye Diamond reads, sacrifice this, basically sack this artifact, discard your hand, add 3 mana of any color, 1 color to your mana pool. So this basically means if I play that, I just choose blue, I can guarantee play at least 1 thing from hand. That means on turn 3, I can win the game. If I have Leveler in here. If I have Leveler and Thassa's Oracle in hand, and I play Lion's Eye and have my commander out, I won the game. Like, that is the problem. And that's not hard, because that's what? I need black, white land drop. And that's it. Right? I need a black land drop, I need a white land drop, and I need a blue land drop. Or equivalency mana going down. Right? Like, that is how fucking absurd this deck could be. And this is why I'm like, I really don't know if I like the way this deck's going. I'm trying my best not to consider shit like that. That just basically blow this card into, like, this deck into being just a... I win the game kind of thing, right? Because, well, I could go down to 5 on starting hand. 5, potentially 4 if I want to be real risky. As long as I hit the right cards. So I can mulligan pretty heavily for it. And again, like, Tainted Pact is another great example of just, like, I can just shred my deck, find the win con. It is, for playing the, like, Thassa's Oracle way of playing this, Tainted Pact is insane because it means it's basically a better version of a tutor. Because I can just keep going until I find one of the cards I want to tutor, and then just fucking everything else is gone. I don't need to worry about it. Oh my god, dude, Demonic Consultation as well. It's 1 black for basically name a card, remove 6 cards, and yeah, no, like, this deck is really scary. Really, really scary if it's left to go that way. That is why I'm trying to do my best not to commit down that line. Because I just don't want to play a deck that's like, hey, Lamau, I'm just winning. Like, here's my one way of playing it, and I can only win this way. If I don't hit it, I'm just gonna scoop. Like, that's why I want to keep the zombie stuff in, because I want to find that middle ground. I want to be able to play the deck out, play it, have power, but have those win cons. Again, this is what I've talked about before. I love playing decks that are tempo orientated with top end win cons. The best card to name for demonic concert is You're Already Dead. Yeah, like legitimately, if I've got Thassa's Oracle in hand and a way to discard it, like with Hashton, I literally play that card and I name a card that's not in my deck. Because that's the thing, if I have an instant speed discard, like a trigger effect discard, fuck me, it's yeah, alright. And the fact that I believe that card was an instant speed, no? Yep, that's an instant speed, 1 black mana. Goodbye deck. You can do demonic in response to Thassa's Oracle. Shit, you got a point. Oh god, it's an instant, so I can actually just straight up... Oh my god, I could... As long as I have 1 black mana, if I... Oh god, I could... Turn 2. Right? No, not turn 2. Close to. Unless something weird happens, I can't turn 2. Jesus, though. Dude, the fact that this deck is like, hey, do you want to win on turn 3? Sure. Like, even as the deck stands, winning on turn 3 is not impossible. But you've got a point there, right? With the demonic consultation is like, I could do that in response to the Thassa's trigger, and then just name a card that's not in my deck, and I've won. Turn 1, Swamp, Soul Ring, Arcane Signet. Turn 2, Island Swamp, win. Let's see. Because I need... Swamp, Soul Ring, Arcane Signet, so I can't play Commander then. Turn 2, I play the Commander out with the Swamp and the Signet. And that leaves me with... No, I need an island to come down. I'd need an island on turn 2. Right? Oh, just with Thassa Demonic? I mean, okay, yeah. If we're talking Thassa Demonic, not including the Commander, yes. Turn 2 win without the Commander, very much the case. The problem is that the chance of that getting disrupted, even on turn 2, by a blue player is definitely possible. That's why, like, I'm saying turn 3 if I want it safe. But even then, like, demonic consultation could get smacked. Yeah. I guess turn 2 is better. I mean, by that alone, there's a temptation to play Demonic Consultation, but like, again, that's why I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that, Malith, you're gonna just win the game. We're talking about Commander, it could be Plane or Island. So if it's Commander, if we're doing the Commander route, so it would need to be a Plains or a Swamp turn 1. And that would determine whether or not what the next one's gonna be. Because you need to have at least one black and one blue available to you on turn 2. If you've got the Soul Ring coming down as well. Wait. Let's do this in paint. I think this is gonna be easier to draw. So, using example point, what we're gonna need for the combo is one blue, one black, and 2 anything. Let's just do pink for anything. Don't forget Arcane Signet. No, that's kind of what I'm saying, right? So, this is what we need for turn 2, discluding the Commander coming down. The Commander coming down is black and white. So, even on turn 1, if you hit, Swamp or Plains, so it would be, Swamp or Plains, then into Arcane Signet, which is 2, colorless, into, that Soul Ring into Arcane Signet, you don't get the Commander down that turn. We'll use purple to represent any. Because all you have available is these, 3. Well, actually no, all you have available is this. So then on turn 2 available, you have whatever of these and that, right? Without the Commander down. So even, so unless you hit, yeah, no, you can't turn to it. You just can't turn to it if you do it via Commander. Because, if this is a swamp, we need an island to come down. But we also need to spend mana for Commander to come out. So it's just not possible turn 2. Because no matter what, we're going to have to then, on turn 2, we have to have either blue or black come out. And this is based on what we got from the ore here. Because if Plains came out, we need black. If black came out, we need blue. Because we spend this as white. If it was black, and if it's this, we spend it as, this. So yeah, again, based on that, so Commander comes out. And then next turn, as long as we have a way of discarding, which isn't too hard, we win. And it's nice and secure. Specifically, if we take the demonic consultation approach, is with the shred of the deck, and then like Lion's Eye. But again, like Lion's Eye Diamond, the point of that is we could miss a land drop, right? Like that's the scary part. We could miss a land drop for Lion's Eye. Because if we do this turn 1, and we have Lion's Eye come down, no, we don't even need this. I'm gonna be honest. You're correct, Malisoft. God damn it. Yeah, no, if we miss this land drop but have Lion's Eye come down, we win the game. Because then next turn we just Lion's Eye and in response to the Lion's Eye we tap the Arcane Signet for black for demonic, shred our deck, and then Thassa's Oracle comes down for the mana that we get from Lion's Eye. And then, if we're smart... Actually, holy shit, wait. You want to hear something even scarier? If we hit black on our first one, right? If it is not an ore, if it is just black we hit on the first one, no, this is genuinely terrifying. I've just realized something. No, you want to hear something really amazing, Matthew? If we hit black as our first one, we don't Arcane Signet, right, into it. We use the black from this. I'm about to show you the scariest turn 2 ever. Holy shit. Okay. Then, so we've shred our deck, and we do 2 cards from hand. So that means what we're going to do is from the mocks, we're going to have 3 blue floating. So that's 1 card cast. Then we use the Arcane Signet for 1 and these for colorless. Right? So we can do two cards from hand. I play Thassa's Oracle and Hullbreaker's Horror. In response to Thassa's Oracle coming down, or no, in response to the discard, we play the demonic. So we resolve that while we're doing the discard. Thassa's Oracle comes down, and then Hullbreaker, and we queue Hullbreaker up to counter a spell. Right? Would that work? No. It's whenever you cast a spell, choose one. This can't be countered, and it's not getting cast, so it doesn't get its trigger. Come from your hand is discarded. that's the point we're making, is we do that as one of the discards. If we do the Arcane Signet thing and we hit Swamp as our first. So that's why we shred our deck in response to the discard. So before the discards are occurring, we shred our deck with the Demonic Consultation. So they know what's about to happen. But the problem is that it doesn't trigger itself because it's coming in. It's an ETB. This is not an ETB effect. This is on a cast. You still need to play the commander, don't you? Oh, we do, yeah. Because we haven't spent the black on this yet. Yeah, okay. No, that's not turn 2 then. Unless we hit the land drop on turn 2 for it. Which... No, we can't do that turn 2. Okay. Doesn't trigger on itself. It's not getting cast, that's the problem. It's... We would need to cast something over the top of it. Yeah, no. It's that's the point though, is that we'd need to cast something over the top. And the problem is it's not going to see the Demonic Consultation, and if it does, we have to do the trigger then. Because we can't choose an illegal target with it, right? When you cast a spell, choose up to 1. So this means that whenever you cast, so we would need to... Yeah, so the ordering's not possible. It's close to being fucking doable. Especially if we do like a... there's so many ways to do this. There's ways to make this work, though. There is ways to make this work. But it would require like way higher than turn 3 and a lot more preparation. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Leveler, like if you have this hand, if you have this like hand here, if you have Leveler and Thassa's Oracle in hand, you've won. Because once the discard goes off, the game's over. It's possible to turn 2 of Lion Eye? Which one's... That one's just like sack itself, right? Sack itself for 1? Yes, tap sack itself for 1 on 0. It's possible. It would be really touch and go though. Yeah, but no, if you had Leveler, let's see. If you have Leveler, you have like, I mean, to be fair, we're about to make like the win condition of win conditions. Okay, let's redo this thought process. In our hand, we will have Thassa's, Leveler, Lotus, Lion's Eye, that means we've theoretically got 3 slots for lands. So Swamp, well, Black Mana, and then it was Soul Ring and Arcane Signet. Okay. if this was our starting hand, my god. If this was our starting hand, I'm just gonna show it and go, okay, do any of you have, like, fucking free counter spells? Because I've just won the game. Jesus Christ, this is not a hand that should ever occur. So what we would do is we would, okay, let's just clear some of this away. Alright, there we go. Okay, so, turn 1, swamp into Soul Ring, into Arcane Signet. Turn 2, we play Lotus. And play Lion's Eye. We trigger Lion's Eye, which is going to give us... Well, no, we don't trigger it yet. We play our commander. So that means one of these gets turned into white. So we've used white and grey. So this is gone. This is gone. Yeah, no, we do it. If this is our starting hand, we win the game. We play commander. We play Lion's Eye, and then we trigger it and take 3 blue. And then we play, from those, we use this for Leveler, and then we use this for blue. And then we take the 2 pink from over here. Sorry, this should probably be... Oh, not that red. This red. So this goes to Leveler. And these 2 go to classes. And as I said earlier, these 2 here go to commander first. That is the scariest hand this deck could potentially ever have, if I added those extra cards. Turn 2 OTK. And outside of countering... Okay, so let's point out the only interaction room is before playing Lion's Eye. Or, well, before the trigger of Lion's Eye goes off, Commander dies, or you break Lion's Eye before its trigger goes off. Those are the only ways to stop this. I think any untapped land would work, not just swamps. Okay, let me correct this slightly. It's either black or white, and it's basically the inverse of that. That's what you would need. Actually, no. Right? Yeah. No, I think you're actually right, Matthew. As long as I get one of my core colors, I win. Yeah. Also, I need to go fucking clean up. Wait, for a second. Yeah. It's gone. So yes, if you hit one, so it's just any either basic land or any. Oh my god! It doesn't even need to be an untapped land. No, it doesn't need to be an untapped land. It just needs to be a land that comes in untapped of one of your colors. Holy shit. There's no way. It just needs to be a way of getting an untapped land into play. That's the worst part, is it's not even like it needs to be an untapped land. It needs to be a way of getting an untapped into play. Doesn't that also mean fetch lands? I'm trying to remember, because like that's obviously these ones come in and do that. Let's see. Put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Yeah. Fetch land, shock land, mana confluence, City of Brass. As long as it's a card that means that a land of one of your core colors comes in untapped, you've won the game. Without, again, keeping in mind, there is 3 points of interaction. It is response, so the only ones are Commander Play, so Commander Cast, Lion's Eye Cast, or Lion Eye Trigger. Those are the only ways to do this, and the most wild thing is, if this, oh my god, I can't believe I'm about to mention this. If you drew, there's specifically like a handful of cards to do this with, but if you drew, like Fierce Guardianship, you've probably won, like guaranteed. Right? Yeah. My problem is, what are you going to do with the leveler without Thassa? Just don't play it. It's 5 mana, don't play. Right? I mean, there's an argument to be made. I could add Jason there, but I don't really want to add in Planeswalkers, because I already have the one Planeswalker I have is probably enough. Let's see, does this suggest thing? No, it doesn't. Curious. that's the thing. I don't have to make copies, or I don't have to play the card, and there's no way to force me to play it unless they take control of my hand. It's basically, I will not deny, outside of the synergy with Thassa, it's a dead card. Like, I'm 100% acknowledging that. But just thinking about how high rolly this is, but yeah, again, if you hit Fierce Guardianship as your first card draw, well, because that's the best part. This is an acknowledgement we have to make as well. You get to draw 2 cards. Because you get turn 1 and turn 2. So unless you're in a in a 1v1, you get 2 card draws. Is Mindslaver or Emrakul Promised End? Exactly. And those are how expensive again? Let's be honest, if they're playing those cards, they've probably got a way of killing me external to the fact that they're gonna just make me drop a leveler. So yeah, if you get this hand, or at least like five of them minimum, there is a chance you could still pull this off in time. As long as like it's the Lion's Eye, the Tharsas, and the Leveler are the ones that aren't essential for turn 1. I guess Lotus as well. Oh no, isn't there also one of the Planeswalkers? Is it Sauron? It's one of the Sauron ones, I think you get to control them on their next turn or something? As their ultimate? Pointers. This was funny. I'm kind of glad we came up with this stupid fucking combo. Or like sat here and like talking about it. But yeah, it's really funny because the best part of this combo in addition 4 to activate. Yeah, so it's not hard to get. God damn it. So the idea, the beauty of this again, is that if you like mulligan as well, yeah, this might not happen on turn 2, but you can probably get it pretty early. Oh, hey there, Yawayuki, how's your stream? How's everyone going? We were just talking about stupid combos while I was trying to do drawings. Welcome, Raiders, welcome. Hope you had a fun time. A very fluffy time. What were you playing today? It was, Elden Ring, right? I think I saw. Interesting Google searches you have, brother. I mean, we have to find reference art for, because we're doing the splash art for Moko. Is the idea. We've got a couple of ideas. We're trying to find a good pose, though, is the problem. DLC of Elden Ring? Oh boy. Not talking about Pokemon shenanigans? We do need to talk about Pokemon shenanigans, but we might just save that for tomorrow. I still need to sort out like what we're gonna do for an optimal Iron Mouse build in that. But yeah, no, I've definitely had, I've been doing fluff, I guess, yeah. been, I mean, we've got all of the sprites done for Morcor now. We've been working a little bit more on some of the stuff. I did show off, and I'll show this off again, because it's kind of cool. So I've been working on a system in the background in my free time for how AI will move in the future. And I don't know the best way to describe what I've done. Basically, this is how AI are going to like run at you and the logic behind it. There's a lot of finesse with this, and it's still like kind of rough, but I'll show this off. What kind of pose you're looking for? Twins being affectionate. So there is two things that I kind of want. I want an actiony kind of moment with it. So the idea at this point is having Morcor jumping on Fuawa. But I need to have their faces kind of close because we need it for icon, the character icon. Because if we go like look at a character here in the select character thing, you've got a profile icon of them. We need to basically have it so we can have kind of at least a good chunk of both of their faces in this icon together. But yes, if I activate my dev funniness, we're going to teleport to the dev room, which is using a sprite asset that is not mine, but it is technically the game room, because if we run over here, we'll actually run into the walls, the old one, see? But if I have this is the new pathing kind of design that I've got. So you can see that it moves a little bit more organically, and it kind of rotates around, but there's also a couple of interesting things, is that they'll try and work together. So they won't overlap too badly, they'll try and move around each other. I can also increase how much that would work, as well as the AI works really, really intensely well with more numbers than I had before. So at this point in time, it's a bit of a numbers game, trying to get it to feel a little bit more cleaner and more enjoyable. But aside from that, I think it's looking pretty decent. Will there be more enemy types, different movement? Probably. The benefit as well of the system is that, to give an idea, so there's a lot of things that are going into it. I'm just going to show very briefly the testing dummy that we have to kind of indicate what we've got going on. So we've got some arrays here to test some things. What we're doing is figuring out what's nearby every second to even bother doing the calculations against. And then we're applying forces. So we've got arrive force, cohesion force, and separation force. We also have a line force, but a line force doesn't work too well with this. This is basically a seek force that will slow the enemy down the closer they get to you, is the idea. It's not actually showing some of the stuff, but hey. And what it's doing here, if you're wondering, is it's not doing it every frame, it's doing some of them on some frames, which means that it's actually processing less things less often, but it still kind of works. It makes it a little bit more muddy, it doesn't make it as clean, but it's also really hard to determine that when we're dealing with 30 or 60 FPS. And we put in here, you can see we're populating the array with over here, this is that function, and that function is occurring every second, which is very, very slow in terms of programming world. But we have a lot of coding here now for steering behavior, as you can see. We have the separation list, but then we have the separation base one, so I can make it, but the problem with these is that they loop through every object in the world. So it means if I have 100 enemies, it's looping through 100 other enemies 100 times. So much coding. There's a reason why some of this I do off stream, that specific coding, because it's not really easy to explain code, like tiny details of it, and it can seem very overwhelming. Trust me, it's not actually as scary as it seems. It's something that can be done in about 2 hours pretty easily, even if you don't know what you're doing. It's just the finer details of it. Now that starts getting a bit scary. I'm just amazed. I mean, this project is now at the 2 years marker for age. So, yeah, there's a lot going on in it, but we do have now the coolness that is the Fuamoko run animations in as well, which is kind of nice. We just don't have the summon doing the things, or the other twin doing the things that it's supposed to yet. Because I want to set up a switch state, like a state machine for that. Which basically tells it what to do, when to do it, and stuff like that. And I kind of want to make a system for that so I can do it easier in the future for other summons. Doing seek and follow and like attack and all that stuff. Once a second. So once every 5 billion clock cycles. So, basically. But yes, we've got, see, Fuawa, we're running around perfectly fine here. All these have quick start, goddammit. And then we've got Morko there, and the old means we can switch between them, and we get a run animation now. The idea of this one is that the other sister will run around as well. And attack enemies and do actions and stuff like that. And try and stick nearby. And you can switch between them, and it's kind of fun for that. Obviously, it's not supposed to be this fast. It's currently like a 10th of the normal cooldown. Would you say one has a fluffy attack and the other has a fuzzy attack? That is the idea. Actually, isn't that the name of the weapon? Fluff and Fuzz? Or something like that? It's on here. Fluff and Fuzz. Hey, I was right. So the idea is, and I think I drew them up here. Yeah. So this one over here is that's Fua's, and this is Morko's. Is the two different ones. So what this is going to do is it's going to basically be in target direction. You do a chomp, and it will be kind of like a circle right in front of you that it will actually hit. But it will be kind of like these teeth chomping. And if you're playing as Fuamoko, this weapon is a little bit better. Because normally what it will do is it'll swap between the two constantly. If you're playing as them, it'll stay as the one that it's supposed to be the relevant one. So this is Morko, so you'll always get the bite effect, while Fua is going to be off to the side doing her knockbacks. Because the idea is this is going to be an area and it knockbacks. This is going to apply a bleed if you're also playing this, which is unique to that. And Fua's is going to have a greater area that it's going to hit. So the idea is this is going to be a little bit more defensive. And this one's going to be a lot more, like, aggressive damage. So you kind of want to still be swapping between them. Because it's like, oh, I'm kind of in a bit of an emergency. Full is always going to be a soft one, a good one to run back to. Oh, look, my damage isn't kind of keeping up. I'll switch back to Morko. That is the loose idea. Because I believe even their item reflects this. Reduce damage taken, increase damage taken, increase damage dealt. and this is doubled relative to which one you're doing, obviously. And then with the passive, while you're as Fuawa, get movement speed, and as Makoko, you get crit chance. The one is shield and one is sword, god damn it. They have claws in design, right? They do. I could do a clawing sort of thing instead of a bite. Which would make sense. I just thought the bite kind of also worked a little bit as well for Mokoko. It's, again, this is one of those ones where, like, objectively speaking, their weapons are very boring, but they're made interesting because of how, much is going into them in a sense, right? And I will openly state, this weapon's probably going to be kind of garbage on other characters. Because keep in mind, the idea is it's going to be swapping if it's not on Fuamoko. So it's you'll bite, you'll swipe, you'll bite, you'll swipe, and it will be alternating between those. So it's not a very consistent weapon. And you don't also get the DOT unless you're playing as, I believe, let's see. No, it is the DOT as base, by idea. Its crit damage is increased, that's right. Get anxious every time picking the wrong one. That is kind of silly, yeah. But no, that's fair enough, that's fair enough. I mean, like, their ability as well is very basic. It's just gonna it's gonna be a small knockback whenever you use your EX, which is your ultimate, which for Fuamoko is the thing that swaps you. Because the idea is it's gonna be about a 15-second cooldown between swaps, which is pretty good. So it means that you can swap fairly commonly, but it means that holding it doesn't feel like too bad of a thing to do. Also, I believe in terms of order, the ability will go second to the passive. Yes, it should. So it means that you'll swap and then you'll knock back, which is probably the correct thing. But the knockback's not happening at this stage. The only thing that's functional is the stuff in the passive, which, fun fact, as I just said, the EX is what swaps you. That's actually a lie. The EX does nothing. Your passive is what swaps you, but it looks for when the EX is triggered, and then it will trigger all the stuff in here. So you can see here, swap the characters. It goes through all the stuff. So this sorts out the targetings, swaps the sprites, swaps the coordinates. Because that's actually what I'm doing, is I'm not, like, you're not turning into the other one, you're swapping spots with them and everything's changing accordingly. Because it would be a nightmare to do it otherwise. The fun, like, behind the curtain when it comes to programming stuff, man, it's very funny. Never underestimate behind the curtain. But yeah, so that's why what we're doing at the moment is we're trying to play with some different ideas. For what we could do. So it's difficult because I just can't find a good reference for what I want. And I'm not saying that it's like I can't do it if I don't have a reference image. But it's much more difficult to come up with a good thing for it. Look at poses of two dogs doing silly things. Actually, that's a really good point. Let's just do two dogs being silly. Oh, already I'm treated by a lot of great images here. Oh, there you go. There's them jumping on top of each other. Dogs Balbo. Exactly. See, I'm not gonna lie, right? So there's a part of me that loves the idea of them lying down like this, sort of thing. But I still kind of like the in-motionness that we have here. Because, like, instead of this, what we could do is have, like, I don't know, Fu lying there and Moko lying there. Right? Have fluffy stream. Thank you very much, and have a fluffy sleep, Yo Yuki. But, like, this is an idea we could have as well, if we were willing to do a bit more of a relaxed thing. The problem is, again, keeping in mind, it is the EX, right? The splash art does come in as the EX. So it needs to have some form of action potentially going to it to feel nice. With the posing. Oh, there is an energy there. While belly down, Moko lying on top of lying on her back on top of her. So instead of this, it would be actually it'd probably be more like that. And then do that one that way and that. Go on like that with the legs. Then what am I doing the arms for Moko? Maybe just going in for like a hug. That maybe. Let's see. Could be for holding fluffy tail, and Moko doing bite down motion. Could be. It's a difficult one as well, because yeah, like I have to take into consideration the tail, and the tail on this one's gonna be like the tail has to come out this way, there, and then like the tail here can be just like, yeah. And what I'd probably have is like eyes looking up this way here and looking down here. I probably should have better colors that contrast here. Orange contrast. Yellow's good contrast. I like that maybe? I mean them back to back? Oh, you mean back to back? Ooh. Interesting. Okay, so take the tolerance off of that. So instead we go with more like a kind of irony there as well, like that. So these are the arms kind of like reaching up as if she's just flopped down. So it'd actually be a bit more like arms out like this, I guess. And then the tail could kind of almost intermingle here, maybe. Like that. Kind of creates an interesting point. I like that, maybe? My name, Franco. Welcome, Franco. I mean, that works. They'd be figuring out the pose for it all, though. Because this would have to be shrunk all down. This is way too long. A bit more like that. YouTube stole your chat. Oh, it always sucks when it doesn't send, yeah. Yeah, YouTube has a tendency to just eat chat. Let's see. Yeah. It's just gone. Just gone. Still trying to play around with it, right? Because, like, this is the point, is we do have options here. We have a lot of different things we could do. There's no locked-in answer. The only reason I keep saying about the actiony pose is, like I said, or like pseudo-actiony pose. In-motion pose. How about I phrase it better? Yeah, in-motion pose. The only reason you're hearing me refer to the in-motion pose is that if we launch the game quickly, I'll kind of show what I mean with the EX stuff. Because there's a couple of characters I almost kinda don't like it, because their poses seem so just pose and not in motion. I think still, like, auras is one of the best. Show them Morko Tum Tum. Make use of charm points. Fair. Actually, you've got a point with that, yeah. Because, like, in a sense, while it's a kind of meaning as a joke, it's also not. Because, like, you have to... These splash shots are supposed to showcase their best, right? So, like, this here is a good example. Cinder posing up and all that with a bit of fire. Auras, which, it's again easier to show in-game, the pose. Once it charges up quickly, look at the left side of the screen. That is what we're kind of making. Alright. So what I mean when I say, like, some don't quite match that is Booby, for example. So, once we get his EX going, it's him clearly, like, sitting on a throne sort of thing, but, like, it's a very stagnant motion. It's still fitting, but it doesn't solve the fact that, like, that's kind of a problem. I mean, Cinder still needs to be flipped for EX at some point, but, like, this one works. The coloring needs to be changed just because it works with the sword a little too cleanly, and that's a problem. Yeah, I still need to fix that. The particle stuff. I don't have proper cleanup for it. Still need to make a better particle system. Because there's so many particles I want to do. I should also mention, fun fact, here in New Zealand today is a holiday. So, that's why I'm not getting my shipping in earlier. It's coming in tomorrow. Particles are the bane of any game? Yes. That's a fun fact, is that there is only one actual, I think, particle in the game, and that's Kaeson's ult. The rest are all pixels that I've just drawn, right? But yeah, you can kind of see the splash arts in the lobby here. Is like, for the most part, I've kind of tried to keep them motion-y or just really good for the posing. But obviously, yeah, we don't have one for full Morko yet. That's what, I mean, that's what we're doing at the moment. And then, of course, we do have Mouse's one, which is just there. Which, again, comes into that argument of kind of stagnant imagery, which is difficult. Again, I want to stress, the difficulty of finding a pose for these two isn't finding a pose for these two, it's finding a pose that has both of their faces close enough together that we don't get scared when coming to the icon. Because, like, yeah, it's gonna be a 9. As stagnant, accentuate the emotional mood. Yeah. It's finding those correct measurements for it all. The idea overall is to find a way to showcase the character with the splash art, right? That's the idea. But the difficulty with full Morko is that I have to somehow convey two personalities in a meaningful way while also keeping them hyper-connected. So while like a pose like this is phenomenal, we have this image up here. This is phenomenal. I would have to shift them so much to make it work. But a pose like this would not work at all because their faces are too far apart. This one could work with a bit of change. I still think that the legs are very confusing looking at this image, but hey. And this one could kind of work if I moved them closer together. But it's still kind of This is what, like, when looking at this one, kind of thinking that idea was one of the original things for it. But then, like, we kind of moved towards this idea a little bit, where it was them jumping on top like that. But yeah, then obviously you still have this kind of image here as well. Which this would work quite well, somewhat. But yeah, like, I agree there, Jin, is like the idea of, with Booby's one, we could probably give him a wine glass and it would add just that little bit of extra regal to it. Could be cheek to cheek with the hand and heart in front. Yeah, like, it's stuff like that. There are so many options. It's trying to find the right one that works with a thing that comes from the left side of the screen as well. Because, like, realistically, if we were to do this one here, we would flip this. So their faces are on the right side. And we would also probably angle it so it's angled up slightly, so when it comes to the chat box as well, it's not going to hide them too much. So it would probably be at a very similar angle, almost by the end, is what Amelie Monarchs is. Straight up fucking hit in the mouth, let's go. I mean, like, realistically, this is what I'm gonna spend my evening on. I'm not gonna do it today on stream, just because I'm just trying to gather ideas and get some stuff going. Because we also have 2 skins I'm gonna be working on this week as well, because I've had enough and I kind of want to work on some skins. I actually should probably show what skins I'm gonna do, shouldn't I? No, not this one. On here is one of them. This is the Kason skin I'm gonna do. Because I think Kason's deserving of a skin. I thought this was like the best one I could find for Kason that felt like interesting and different enough. Is her kimono outfit. I just thought this looks really, really pretty, and while I already have the other one I could potentially translate into being a skin very easily, I don't really know what I'd call it at this stage, is ironically one of the decisions I had. Because if we look at Kason normally, with her skins, we actually did, because it was like just announced as her main thing, we do actually have the second 2D model done up. As originally was going to be her base design, but because she kind of went back to The normal one, we transitioned to that being the base one as well. Hey there, Zako. Ziako. So yeah, like the main one is what we've designed her base skin around now. She's got so many different skins that you can do is the best part. But yeah, I do think the kimono one's a really cool one to do as her, an alternate skin that she gets. Aside from that, let's see if it's on here, because I know what skin it is. My avatar's lagging a little. Yep, it always does that. My computer is dying. It has been for years. Well, it has been for a year or so. Especially since I've been doing the VTuber model, because I'm loading so much at a time. I'm hoping the skin's on here. It is not. That is upsetting. Is it going to be in here? Because I think she's posted a reference piece of it. I mean, that's it there, but like... I guess if I search new outfit, maybe it's gonna come up easier? Kinda not. Point is, yes, this is it here. Do that as an outfit. So those are the two outfits that I want to do this over this week. How I'm gonna get all of it done, I'm not sure. If I'm gonna go all the way to full splash arts yet, or if I'm just gonna work on whatchamacallit? Just the sprites in game. Because I still haven't got the splash art done for the Iron Mouse second skin in the game. Because, fun fact, there is actually a skin in the game. A singular skin. If we launch the game real quickly. Because yeah, there is one skin in the game and there's a singular way to toggle it. Technically, the toggle works on every character, but every character doesn't have a skin, so it doesn't actually do anything, because it is clamped correctly. I don't think it changes anything on any other characters. I think it can, right? It's fully clamped. I think I've actually done the code correctly. See Iron Mouse now, and there we go. This is the only skin in game. This is why I want to do more skins, because it's simple enough to get it all implemented once I get the art done for it. And it just looks so nice in game. It's just difficult because, yeah, there's a lot of characters that skins are going to be nightmares to make for. Like, Juniper's is going to be the worst character to make a skin for. Just straight up. Because you might go, but doesn't Juniper make a shitload of models? That's the problem. That's part of her kit. So I would need to make a one that would change with every single character. And it would probably have to then be a transitive theming idea that's not part of her actual self. Which makes doing skins for her very awkward. Trying to figure out how to give you a link for a pose reference. I don't think YouTube allows for links, right? Does it? Or does it not send it? Because I don't remember. It's all default rulings for the most part. Yeah, what happens if I try and do this? Nothing? Yeah, nothing. What happens if I have it as a skin and then swap? It does retain the skin. I forgot about that. Doesn't retain the skin between things. It seems to have been filtered. On X? Okay. I can have a look at that in a sec. Let's see. I believe... How do I do this again? I think I can do that. That. And then if I go... here... I think this should be the way I can do this easily. Is this gonna send me... Hey! I mean, yeah, there's the back-to-back one there. That looks pretty good. That would probably work. Oh god, the game did not like the tab out and then tab back in, huh? But yeah, I agree, that could work quite easily as well. Yeah, again, it's a difficult one, because it's just like, there is so many good options for this, but it's getting, one, it's acknowledging my own skill level, and two, it's getting the right one for what I quite want. And there's never going to be a correct answer. And it's going to be me being hyper, like, perfectionist of, as per usual with my own art, which is very damning to everything I do. Yeah, I think that's one of those things that I just can't do much more of it on stream, just because it's going to be, like, no actual progress, which is not going to be fun to watch. It's a difficult one. There's just no good answer. There's just no good answer. Or no perfect answer. There's a lot of good answers. Text improvements. I could probably do a little bit on the text improvements. I do want to test some of them out. I do have a list somewhere. Give me a moment. It's on Discord. Someone sent me of some that I can check quickly. I think most of these ones weren't wording or grammar issues. I believe most of these were actual, like, technical issues. Where is Banky? Some of the things he sends me, goddamn. Okay, so in the lobby, Moth Numi's... Okay, that one's a grammar issue. So let's work on that one. So that is Juniper's abilities. That's actually in here somewhere. Problem is, it's hard to find the characters. What is the issue with that one? Gain 5% movement speed for 2 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. What would I change about that one? So, again, it's currently the wording of it. What would I change about that? Because I do agree the wording's clunky. The Duration's the amount of movement speed gained is the only thing that actually changes on the thing. Oh, when does it proc? Yeah, it's a good point. So... Thank you. That's one of those things that I just would not click to. When dealing damage for 2 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Do I deal X damage within 2 seconds to gain the buff? See, the floor is weird. What? Gain X% movement speed when dealing damage for 2 seconds stacks up to blood times. Proc trigger effect, duration effect. Ah, I see what you mean. Format would be wise. I agree with that. But damage, yeah, no, I see what you mean. Yeah. When dealing damage, gain 5% movement speed for 2 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Right, yeah, that needs to be separated. Yeah. No, I get where you're going with that, Jen. I 100% agree. Like, the moment you kind of pointed the aspect of deal damage for 2 seconds things, I was like, ah, I see where you're going with that. Yeah. It also makes sense, because again, it is a passive effect, so there should be sense of that. Clarity. When dealing damage, gain movement speed for 5 seconds. Stacks up to so many times. Okay, yep. So that's one of the ticks needing change. That's yeah, I know about that one. That one's a technical issue, but it might still require grammar change. We're looking for booby. Yeah. So we're looking for devilish devices. Oh, it's using the old thing. That makes this harder. I need to update these. When Demon Claws triggers, dash in its direction. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. But again, the issue with these ones is these are using an older architecture that needs to be fixed. As you can see, this is using the old skill constructor, and these are using... Yes, these are old skill constructors, these are new skill constructors. Very, very different. I do need to go through and finish doing that update. I forgot about that. That was just a space that was the issue there. Don't really love that. Yeah, it's a pain. No, so this is actually one of the problems with the code that I have for my paragraphing structures. So the issue is that in the lobby, devilish devices wouldn't say direction. They would not come up. That's because I didn't have a space after it. If I don't have a space to denounce, it won't actually grab the sentence, the word correctly. Let's see. Go. We need aura. Where is aura? Aura RAM overload. Her ability. RAM snacks. That one? No, RAM overload. No, that's her... Oh, that's one of the fucking... Yeah. Yeah, those are the texts that just need to be replaced fully. Demon's Echo. That's Vox's assist. Again, you can see space is a nightmare. Okay, yeah, this is one of those ones that this next one is just poor wording. We need to go to Shy Lily, we need to go to Shanya's marks. So, let's write this one down. Actually, can I just screenshot this? Okay, cool. Fresh eyes for these things. Yeah, it's, again, when you're too far down the rabbit hole. Okay, when dealing damage, have a 10% chance to increase the damage taken by the target by 10% for 5 seconds is missing. Stacking up to 3 times. Seconds is missing. Still think the wording on that's poor. Dealing damage. Has a 10% chance to increase damage taken. Increase. Increase damage taken by the target. Dealing damage has a 10% chance to increase damage taken by the target by... I don't like the fact that it's by the target by. Dealing damage has a 10% chance to increase damage. I mean, I can see why I had the increase the damage taken by the target. The damage enemy to take 10% more damage. Because the thing is, it's a stacking debuff, right? So if we go back here, when dealing damage, you have a 10% chance to increase damage taken by the target for, by 10% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. That is the idea of the effect. But the amount of times it stacks is what actually increases per level. Okay, ironically enough, I could probably actually do this as a 0 hash percent, I believe is what I do for this one. So it would be has a 10% chance to chance for the enemy to take 10% more damage for a thing. Try the new format and if it fits in the window. Oh, don't worry about it fitting in the window. That's not an issue. Trying to reduce text is the main thing. The least text, the better. But no, fitting's not an issue. Fun fact, I can show this very easily. This here is all I do for the text here, right? You can see that I'm not clearly writing anything about size or anything like that extra. It is just this going through. Do you want to see something that's really fun? And why this took so long to make this paragraph structure? Dealing damage has an X chance for the damaged enemy to take more damage. Yeah, I agree. That's probably the better format. It's less words as well. Or less like intense. But no, I want to show this. This is one of my little show-off things I'm going to do. So if we go and say look at Aura's stuff, you can see how it's like deal 5 damage, blah, 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 decrease, boom. And you can see how these have a little bit smaller of text, but it all fits in still. One of the best examples is Mary's bullshit. It's a little hard to read, but you can see how it all fits in. It's because it inherently scales relative to the situation that the paragraph is being written to. So like what it's gonna do. So that's why if we look at Shiny's marks, worrying about what it actually, the text fitting in the box, it inherently fixes that for me. It's a dynamic system. It is very stupid. I am not just drawing text, is basically the shorthand. There is full, like, a few hundred lines of code that I have for doing all of that cleanly. That's why I have to pass things through so particularly. And then I have my the notions here of checking for certain variables, things, and all that. Fuck, I hate that. Time to ask ChatGPT to rewrite the effective text in 10 different times to fix brain freeze syndrome. Different ways. Yeah, that's probably fair. I do agree with the it stacks though. I feel like I'm gonna have to, like, again, I need to start formatting very specifically and creating consistent formatting structures. Something I indeed do not do well enough. Okay, with those done, where am I at? Discord. Mothaholic. Mothaholic is a bitch. Oh, Mothaholic is a hell of a bitch of one. So, items, equipment. Mothaholic. Gain percent per level. Okay. The smart thing to do would just be to rip this out. Put this at the end. That, I think, sits better. So the problem with Mothaholic is the fact that, like, what it does on its level up naturally is not consistent with other things. So it is, you gain cooldown reduction on level 1, you gain movement speed on level 2, and then you gain area on level 3. So it's a scaling system that moves downwards. So yeah, all I've done here is just move the per level to the bottom of it. So it's now, instead of gain 1% per level cooldown reduction of movement speed and of area, I've just made it so it's gain 1% cooldown reduction per level, 1% cooldown reduction and movement speed per level, and gain 1% cooldown reduction, movement speed and area per level. It is a messy, messy ability. And it's going to get even messier once we do the next rework to it, where it's going to add additional levels. My brain froze. Welcome. Welcome to Mothaholic. I mean, to be fair, Mothaholic is all of this code here. Right? And it's a nightmare. So it's a cycle of 3, then repeats? No. So when you level up, you gain a percent. So based on your level is what this gives you in stats. So if I'm level 30 and this ability is only level 1, I get 30% cooldown reduction. Or, well, yeah, 30% cooldown reduction. If it's level 2, I get 30% cooldown reduction and 30% movement speed. And then if it's the 3rd level, I get that all prior stuff and area, 30% area. That is what this does. So leveling up the ability, and so that's why I actually use a term for this, and I use player level normally now. Because using level could misconstrue to the level of the item. That doesn't give you a good answer of what it does. I think I've done that in a couple of places, as said player level in that case. And that should give you the indication of, yeah, it gives you these stats based on your player's level. So that should improve Motaholic's terminology quite substantially. Lucius Merriweather as assist is poorly worded, and I'm pretty sure that's purely because it is the old system. We're looking for release the dog army. Yeah. Light from the depths. Yeah, that one I think is a bit fucked in a few different ways. So let's go back here. Light from the depths. Where is light from the depths? I think that's actually above here. Yes, light from the depths is there. Still think it needs a massive rewrite, but let's wait until after rework. Don't want to rewrite it twice. Well, I mean, like, what would you rewrite about that? I'm curious. If the, like, we can go into the game and have a look at it quickly. Just it's a level 1 version, or maybe it's higher level 1 if I force the levels. And go into a lobby game. Because, like, we've changed it now. Already. So we go over to Juniper, we select, and we look at Mothaholic. Gain 1% cooldown reduction per player level. What would I change? All those lines were included? No. Based on its level, it will tell you what it is. Again, this is where the system gets a lot more intense. Here's a great example. Welcome to Forgotten Poem. See this? When you look at Forgotten Poem, do you know what the text is on it? Because what it will tell you is gain an additional 10% EXP and 30% pickup range. But is that what this reads? If you start looking at the syntax of it, you'll see very quickly what I've done. And it's the same with Mothaholic. It's all of the grammar stuff is correctly fixated in that. So it will give a comma when necessary or an and when necessary. When this is less than 2, it'll tell you this one. When it's the level of the thing is 2, it'll tell you this one. When it's 3, this, 4, this, 5, this. The problem with this is it doesn't show comparison like some others will, because of the way it's structured. There is ways to do that, but it will be a nightmare. This is what I've got currently. Okay, so what is missing on the Shy Lily one? What do we think is missing? So if I look at this. Increase damage by percentage based on percentage of missing health. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one. Increased by 30%, yeah. No, that one needs to be changed. Okay, so to showcase this one, copy image, go to paint. This is what we've got currently. Increase damage by percentage based on the percentage of missing health, increased by 30%. So, what this actually does, there's also another hidden aspect of this one. Again, it's one of those ones that after a specific level adds an additional functionality. How this works is that based on your missing health, let's see if I can actually look at the code and show this best. So, get current health, get total health, get missing health, then increase that missing health percentage by a value, and that is how much damage you get. So it's missing health. Is it times? Or is it plus? Times value equals buff. So it's missing health times the value equals the buff, which is why it's like, again, it's current missing health increased by 30%. That's not very clear what that means. Because it's increasing the amount of buff on top of that missing health. Keeping in mind as well, it does still need to keep room for this, which is armor. After a specific level, I believe it's level, yeah, it's greater than level 3, so level 4 and level 5 also grant armor. Let's just say 1.3 times the missing health percentage. Can I do that? I don't think I can with the system I have in place. Yeah. Because you have to understand, this is the weakness we have. I can't put a value into a line. And I can't modify a value to add more. So, what becomes the case is unless I write it all manually, which is not going to happen, I'm avoiding that where I can only ever say 0.3 or 30%. Oh, well, obviously when the damage increases, but the increase here, it increases by 0.3 each time, so it increases by 30% each level. Will it go over 100%? Yep. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. Each line needs a trail space. Yep. It's why it's like it's a really rough one. Like, I could write stuff to accommodate, but like the niche cases become really awkward with that. And how I would handle that becomes very difficult because this system is structured very, very weirdly, basically. What I'm doing is I'm taking strings of text and putting them into arrays together, and then casting what those positions are into those arrays, and then also casting the length of that, what would that be, based on scalings and ratios, before even drawing in everything, because then I can go, okay, this is too long, shrink the text size, recalculate the location data, and repeat the process as many times as necessary. Which is why technically the text can infinitely scale smaller, But obviously there will be a point in time where the game just crashes because the text scaling is so intensive that it breaks everything. So I can't just put in a book somewhere. That's why I do need to like keep some of the tooltips as succinct as possible to reduce potential load time. Again, I could do some of it manually, but every time I do it manually, I can't show scaling well. Not currently. Because it's based on the percentage as well. It's not the flat value of missing health. So the more health you have, the less... Like, the more health you have, then it doesn't change that value. It just obviously changes how far you can go in that scope. In terms of, that's it. Like, the value itself will not change. It's not... It's a percentage based on the percent of current missing health. It's the percentage of missing health that's mattering. I mean, I could just do that. Increase damage by percentage current missing health. Increased by 30%. So it's thresholds? It's not thresholds is the problem. It is fully active. It's a perfect cyclical system that will just always recalculate. Again, if we look here, take, so technically it's also lying, because there's a underlying safety value, so you'll always get a bonus. And you can never hit 0, obviously. It is taking the current percentage here, and then it's calculating the increase based on that. So it is just straight up always tracking that thing. And this is done every half second, I believe. Like all the rest of the passive updates like this. So I believe that's what the default for this is. For a skill cooldown push. So it means you can get decimals quite easily, right? Like you can get very, very minor buffs out of it. Increase damage by percentage of missing health. By the percent of missing current health increased by 30%. I think that's as good as I can get. It's less wordy. It's a bit more concise. Because the change before was percentage based on the percent of missing current missing. Yeah, by a percent based on the percentage. No, by the percent of current missing health increased by the percentage. I think that's the best I can do with the systems we have. So we go into game. Let's go look at Shaylily's which one is that? It's her ability, right? No, it's her item. Yeah, it's her item. Okay. Yeah, it's from the depths, right? Or light from the depths. So, how this reads. Increased damage by percentage of current missing health increased by 30%. I think the increase by 30% part could probably be changed. Like, to just say plus an additional, but increase by is the exact same. But I think plus an additional 30%, well, it's more wordy, makes it more clear, I think. Plus 30% of that percentage. I feel like adding the of that percentage is just, that's getting to that redundancy again. Increase damage by the percent of current missing health plus 30%. But that feels like it's lacking some clarity. It's not flat. True. Actually, yeah, that's the clarity we probably are missing. Is that it's not that. Oh, fucking... I hate when it moves around like that. Yeah, no, I agree with that, yeah. The moment you pointed out that it sounds flat, yeah. Yep, I agree with that. For now, that's probably one of the best we're gonna get for that. And then I think I've got one more. Yeah, this one's a hard one. Okay, so bug is a difficult one to explain. Because it's kind of one of those keyword problems. Gain an additional 1 amount. What the fuck does that mean? The problem is, amount is a keyword. Amount is projectile count. In a soft sense of it. So, this one is a difficult one because I don't think I can change it. I just need to add a way of giving keywording clarity at some point. I've considered adding a system so whenever you hover over something that's text colored for a keyword, that when hovering over it will like kind of give you a tooltip explaining what that keyword is. It's probably the best I can do. But amount is a stat. It's like, the difficulty is that, like, what I'm doing here is equivalent to saying, gain an additional 10 health. Your brain knows exactly what that means. That's not a difficult thing. But amount doesn't make sense because amount is not a default variable, like a default stat value that every character has in games. So I think this one's a weakness of clarity of what amount means. Is it listed on stat menu? I believe it is. we can actually look at that quickly. If I launch the game and go into the game thing. I believe it's listed as a mount. Capitalize it. That might help a little bit. I agree with that. But the problem is I don't capitalize health and all that everywhere. Caps lock key stats. That might be an idea. There's definitely a consideration that that should be something we might need to do. Because, yeah, keyworded things, sometimes, like, a number is keyworded for damage instead of saying damage. Because I'm lazy. But if we go into game, and we go into here, amount is a variable right there. So amount is inherently in the game underneath our area. So is duration, but I don't believe there's any ways to increase duration currently. But yeah, so it's basically on the same level as damage, area, amount, duration, cooldown, weapon speed, which also is kind of like not done anything with, critical chance and critical damage. All of these are kind of keywords. So I don't think I can do, the problem is in lobby, that's not clear. In game, it is clear, or clearer. It's, again, one of those, I think because, like, here, this is a great example of stuff here. Gain 25 max health. Gain blah 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 damage from kills, and every 100 kills restore health. And then this one is when you receive healing, deal of the amount in an area around you. This is the damage color. It's kind of hard to tell, but like it's very clear with Crown of Hell. So you can see there's the two different reds. This one's the damage red, this one's the health red. Same with here, like this is two different greens. This is healing related red. This is area related, sorry, this is healing related green. Health regen specifically. Health regen and health regen amp. This is health restore. Health restore I consider differently. For the most part. I believe I've been consistent on that. I might be wrong. If not, I should probably change that to green. But yeah, that's the area green. So if we go through some force levels, here you go. Here's a great example. Satanic has got two different things that are like green. One's health regen, one's health regen amp. Pascal case, please. What do you mean? You, or use short forms of their stats. Yeah, it's the problem is I'm a little inconsistent as well, because area here is not colored, but it's descriptive of a color. Yeah. I do agree with the short forming of some things, because like this could be turned into regen instead of health regen, because regen's just health regen at this point. There's no other forms of regen. Yeah, I'm very inconsistent with the area tab. Maybe give all the stats the same color highlight that mirrors the way that they're highlighted in text. Oh, you mean like on the stats bar? So making them colored there as well? That wouldn't be too hard to do, I believe. The problem is, yeah, readability comes into play a little bit with that. I mean, there's a reason why almost all of them are colored in a relative way to the thing. The cooldown's probably the most arguable because it's brown, and it's only the edges of this is a brown. It's just they're the most denounced color, like the most pronounced thing on the cooldown rate thing. But yeah, like here I go affected by heal amp, and then we've got healing amp. I feel like that's something that needs to change. I think I need to change it consistently to say heal amp instead of healing amp. And then I think regen can replace health regen. Capitalize it here. Yeah, there's a I mean, this was a newer one as well. That makes it clearer. Is health regen the same color as health max? No, it is not. Regen and health are different. Regen, so again, health is a kind of rosy pink, like a pinky red. Damage is a more harsher red, and then regen is a green. Wasn't health and damage 2 shades of red? Yes. But area and health, and area and regen are also 2 shades of green. Right? It's the problem, I'm running out of core colors that aren't, like, hard to look at. There's a reason why amount was already a hard enough one to choose, because that's basically yellow, and that makes it hard to read in the thing. They are 2 separate stats, health and regen. Yes. Health and regen, so that's why, again, Crown of Hell has restore 10% health. It is not regen, it is health restore. It is, I give you health. This effect gives you the health. You kind of, in a sense, heal for that amount. But, like, that's what it is. It is set health give based on health. Like, it is a health-based value, not a regen-based value. That's where that one becomes a bit weird. Consistency, cooldown rate, critical rate, movement speed. Or move speed? Yeah. Why is rate Pascal? Yeah, I just see that. I see what you mean. No, rate and weapon speed are both. Movement speed is not. And crit is not. They're both the criticals. Okay. So that can change easily, because that's just in the UI. So, okay, there's a couple of things that can change very quickly. Show me the UI. We are looking for... 64, 82. I think that's most of the main things. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Alright, sorry. Then consistently using capitalization now, the problem's fixing the skill and the item. Regen is here on its own. On skill, it's listed here as health regen, or on two separate things. Yeah, no, that's what I've just gone through and done. I've just gone through and altered every instance of saying health regen to just regen. Regeneration. It's just, I feel like that's too long of a single word, and that makes it a bit more touch and go. But yeah, now I've fixed regen everywhere in the document, or in the game, sorry. So I'll need to go through and do the same stuff. So I will probably start using Pascal Case. More places. And then I also need to change movement speed to move speed in more cases, I think. When is hotfix coming? This hotfix? I don't think it's coming this update. Like today. Because I do want Fuamoko to be in the next hotfix. Which means I could probably just disable Fuamoko and then toss that through. I just need to disable the debug stuff. I could probably toss it through later today. Like after I just toggle everything around. I just need to go to the lobby and disable thing, I think. Because like there is a lot of fixes that have already come in. So yeah, I'll probably do that after stream though. Basically, I'll finish stream, I'll toggle everything off for debug purposes, and then I will do a little bit more cleanup here and there and post it. I don't think I'll do it on stream because I just get so fucking shattered doing it on stream, and then like I do nothing for the rest of the stream. I just sit there and be useless. Because I need to write up the hotfix note, or the change notes, before I make you break your update with my suggestion. Exactly. Nah, I mean, that's why I'm trying to avoid doing large sweeping use search and replace, because that will probably break the game. So yeah, I can toss it together. It just means Fuamoko is gonna have to wait, and I'm just gonna probably not have the splash done tonight. We'll see if I can find a I can come to a conclusion on a pose. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I think I'm gonna finish up here so I can go have some food and take a quick break before getting into the efforts of putting this hotfix out. Yeah, I'm more than happy for that. Problems are solved. Emoji is part of the notes. God damn. I mean, what have I got for the notes currently? I believe... fixed issue of Booby, Iron Mouse stuff, fixes, added level up, and creates icon to be indicate what the upgrade is, changes to the in-game UI to add further clarity, nerfs to some of the bosses and stats. I think I've done a couple of other things as well that I haven't noted down. I'll have to look over the change logs that I've got. But I believe that this is pretty much most of the things noted down. I mean, like, I could just obviously write, yeah, fixes some tooltips. Fixes consistency, stack rate. Yeah, I should probably actually phrase that separately as well. So, fix some tooltips, and then, fix some term consistency in items and skills. And that summarizes the changes, right? Some tooltips got grammar changes, and some tooltips got consistency things. I'll fix some more as we go. Because if you're wondering, this is the old patch notes. I just need to, like, reformat these and put them into the right places. Because I'm going to keep a format going for it. It makes it easier and more understandable for the general user, those that might actually read it. But yeah, if you're interested in this, go look on the Twitters. Both my Twitter and the game's Twitter. The game's Twitter is probably the better place to actually see it and just respond, because I'm going to retweet it from my account as well. So, either or. So yeah, we'll finish up here. So, thank you so much for watching, I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome. I'm gonna drop like a log for 6 hours until I need to. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, you're awesome. You're all awesome. Thank you so much. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.